to a wider range of people, because I would ultimately like to build a community and not just create a silo. But that is what it is. So again, and I sound like a broken record. Don't want to knock anybody and the stuff that you like. I just choose not to go there. All right. Here's what I really want to talk about, though. There's a lot being said about the Xbox X Rog Ally. And I want to kind of play something for you, and we might do it in the show too, that kind of puts the nail in the coffin of Xbox as a platform. I mean, I know everyone's saying, I know you guys are sick and tired of saying Xbox is dead, Xbox is dead. I know you're sick and tired of that. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, Xbox been dead, but this puts a nail in the coffin of the platform enthusiasm. I think with the Xbox Rog Ally and people finally just succumbing to reality, I think they finally realized that, you know, shit's over. The gig is up. The content creators that still want to hang around and just hate on PlayStation, they're going to continue to do that. Why? Because PlayStation is around. But I think everybody that was looking at Xbox as a piece of content that or a viable platform that is growing in a positive way, that's going to make their gaming experience better than when it was just locked to the console. I think the overwhelming majority of Xbox enthusiasts realize that's not coming, and this is it. It's a wrap. So to show you what I mean, let's play this video from Boomstick. Hold on. What is going on? Okay. All right, so we're gonna play this video from Boomstick, and you could just hear the you can hear the defeatism in his voice about the Xbox Rog Ally, and you know how this just isn't it. Like, he's trying to use positive lingo around it, but you could tell there's no emotion attached to that lingo. Like, if you listen to the tone of his voice, it just sounds purely like defeatism. You know what I mean? So let's listen to what he had to say, and then we can dissect not just this from Boom, but the feeling across the community. Here we go. All right, so I have to do, okay, I think I already did it. Let's go here. Full web. There you go. All right. This is from the Boomstick show. Let's make sure that it's playing for you guys. Let's go.
Listen, folks, this is one of those situations where no one's holding a gun to your head to buy this thing. I saw a lot of rhetoric. So a lot of, flag running down the aisle, celebrating and championing, Xbox losing again. Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, folks. It is an OEM device that is pricey. It's one that gives you options. There is an X model. There's an S model. Depending on what you heard, Fuzzy Belvedere, depending on what you want as the gamer, what you're going to do with this thing, is it worth it to you? Well, that's the great thing about consumerism. Choice. You have choice. You also have a choice to tell them to go F themselves. I'm not buying that. I don't need a handheld. I'm okay playing on my TV. I don't travel that much. I'm not going to use it. Whatever the situation may be, you as the consumer have a choice. Interestingly enough, and I don't think I need to really say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, there are pay over time programs everywhere. Amazon has one with Affirm. You have Clara. You have all the different. You have PayPal, Pay in 4, Pay over time. I mean, there's multiple ways that if you don't have nearly $1,100 to drop down at your Best Buy or your Microsoft store, or even the online store for ASUS, you can set up a payment plan. And if you really want this thing and you don't want to, not pay the light bill so you can actually, still game, yeah, you'd probably want to do one of the payment plans. But I like the idea that there is choice for the consumer. Both models, I think, are excellent. No matter which one you go with, I don't think you lose, folks. I really think this is a winner chicken dinner for anyone. If you decide not to go, or you're like, for instance, Korkenstein, he's going to wait for an open box. That's brilliant. Just happen to go, I'm going to take a trip to Best Buy. Oh my God, look, there's an open box. It's $300 off. Yep, I'll take it. There you go. So who really won? He did, because he, used his brain.
So you heard it, folks. I mean, just listening to that, you could tell them to F off. Whether you want to keep your lights on or whatever, like, you can tell they are angry at this price. They once again was hoping that Xbox would throw them a bone and have this thing priced rather cheaply for what it was. And I'm just looking over at stuff on other accounts. And you could tell they are dismantled by this. Let's see here. I'm trying to find. Let's see. I'm trying to find, because there was something on Oliver Darko's page that I can't find. Crap. Okay, so play any of his content by this. And it's kind of hard to call these people grifters, because grifters, mainly relates to people that who distort realities to try to take advantage of certain demographics, or just, certain viewers to get a lot of views. I wouldn't call this guy a grifter per se, or maybe I'm wrong in calling him a grifter. The Xbox community that gobbles this stuff up, they're just gullible. And I don't think they care about reality. I think they just want to hear someone pound the pavement on positive Xbox stuff or anti-PlayStation stuff. That's all they want to hear. Whether it's true or not, if you can make it sound plausible, regardless of how false it is, that's all they care about. And I think what's happening now is most content creators realize that after this price dropped, they have nowhere else to go. They can no longer run and make the Xbox is going to be a powerhouse of a platform or an ecosystem. They can no longer make that sound plausible. This was the nail in the coffin to them and their content from that perspective. Making Xbox sound like a powerhouse is done and over with. Xbox is going to make, when I say a powerhouse for gamers. Here's what Xbox will do. Xbox will give you Game Pass, which will put its games in your hands day one for a nominal price. Price keeps going up, but for a nominal price. Right now, that price is $20 a month if you want $20 a month if you're on console. which most avid Xbox gamers, the majority of their gamers are on console. That's how Xbox makes most of its money. It makes most of its money from people buying stuff on its games, from its game store, which is on console. They're trying to merge all the game stores into an into a Microsoft Windows game store. You know what I mean? But until that happens, if it does happen, the most successful store and the most money that Xbox earns is from its console, right? The problem with the console is that there was a huge margin shrinker that comes from the cost of the console. And then there's huge margin shrinkers that happen with Game Pass. Game Pass is profitable. That profit statement was deep dive and examined, and many execs have come out and said they finagle the numbers so they can use the word profitable. It's profitable to them because whatever spending that is associated or that is caused by Game Pass, they write it off because they feel like the spending means nothing because of their war chest. So they're Yo, what is up, people? It is your boy, MM2K, Hard Knock Digital Culture. Let's get rid of this. Let's get this out of the way. Hard Knock Digital Culture, Cloud Dosage, MM2K Gaming, back again with another episode of NRO Podcast. This is NRO Podcast 108, I believe. Let me see. Let me edit this because I forgot to add that in there. It's very important that we add that into our description. So let's do that while we're doing that. While I'm looking at that too, let me get the chat ready because we're going to shout y'all out in the chat, or shout y'all out in the chat. My coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Hold on, where the hell is my description where I name? Okay, there we go. Okay, we got to change that to 108 into the description, and we got to change the title here because all that stuff is important because, you know, YouTube is YouTube, and you got to give away your DNA and a blood marrow test in order for you to get something here. Shout out to the homie Juice. He says, don't call it a comeback. MM2K been here for years. Yeah, man. 7 going on 8 years too long, man. Good to see you, Juice. What's up, brother? Juice, me and you got a rap. You know what I mean? We got a good chance to rap. Devil Shooter in the house as well. Hey, before I go any further, let me say this. What you guys were listening to was an excerpt from my members content. I know I haven't been here consistently for a while. I'm going to briefly talk about that real quick. We're going to get right into the shindig. But yeah, even when I'm not here, I have to support our biggest supporters. So the biggest supporters, even when I can't do live content like this or drop a video, I'm still on a weekly basis doing members content. Just in case I can't do any public content, I always try to make sure that at least every week I got some members content out there. So if you miss the interactions, or you miss the conversations, or if you miss the deep dive of the game where there's no wood buffing, we don't hold no flags for anybody. You know, we objectively know who's doing the best out there. We'll give them their flowers, but nobody is safe from getting this work. If you want those type of discussions where we're coming down the middle as far as looking at everything objectively, you want to become a member, man. Hit that join button, and you know, your typical membership here on YouTube or even on Patreon, they want you to pay like $5-6 in order to access the content. All we ask is $4. You know what I'm saying? If you want to just do a nominal shout out where you're listed on the bar that you see scrolling below, fine, you could do our $1.99. We really appreciate it. But if you really want access to that content that the public ain't even getting access to, or everything that we do make live now for the public, we always make it members first now. I'm at a point, I've been, like, you know, Juice alluded to, I've been doing this, I'm creeping up on a decade, you know what I'm saying, of doing this, and I've noticed some things, and one of the things I want to do is I want to support, I want to show love to everybody, But you know, I got to give a little extra TLC to the people that are our biggest supporters, that really through thick and thin really say, you know what, MM, we get what's going on. You know, life is life. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate what you're trying to do when you can do it. You know what I'm saying? You know, let me do this or let me do that. You know what I mean? So if you want the same access that they get, if you want a little bit that more TLC that they get, you know, hit that join button. For $3.99, you can get access to all our content. We only have those 2 tiers. I'm not, you know, charge you $20 for you to wear my t-shirt that I blew snot bubbles on. We don't do none of that stuff. All right. So yeah, what you heard earlier on the pre-show was an excerpt from said content. I did it yesterday. In case I couldn't do today. You know what I mean? I gave some of my personal feelings on some of this stuff. But now what I want to do is I want to open the format out to the floor. And speaking of me opening the format, my brother from another mother just entered into the chat room. What's up, Cold Blood? How you been, man? What's going on, brother?
Hey, bro.
What's up, man?
I'm good, but I'm still going home, brother.
Oh, okay.
I'm not home yet.
Okay. Now that's cool. That's cool, man. Yeah, we'll be here for a little bit. Luckily, I had in the members content, because I didn't even get a chance to like really talk to anybody. Our business that I normally run in the evenings, we have a truck where we deliver like samples and crazy stuff like that. Well, while we were driving that truck last night, because I was trying to do what we normally do on Sundays last night, while we were driving the truck last night, the freaking transmission broke down, and the wheel axle, whatever, I don't even know what it's called. My partner knows what it's called because he actually fixed it where we could deliver, you know, send it to a mechanic. It fell out. It was grinding on the ground. It was crazy. I thought the truck was going to flip over. So we couldn't even do what we needed to do last night. And I was like, damn, I gave everybody these false hopes. But luckily, the Pittsburgh 5K and 10K marathon is today. So we can't go in anyway, because the way that marathon happens, it blocks off the whole, you know, shit until like noon or 1 o'clock the earliest. You know what I'm saying? So we got time today, cuz. So yeah, get your popcorn ready. Cold Blood, you get yourself home. We're gonna be here for a little bit. We'll be here for a little bit.
No. I'm gonna be here. You just explained to us how gaming is bad now all of a sudden.
It does suck. It's horrible.
Why? I want to know why.
Gaming is horrible because Phil Spencer said that gaming is awful and consoles don't matter anymore. So, and the fact that you can't, you can't bring gamers together with $1,000 console. So what you have to do is you have to drop $1,100 PC handheld. That's the answer. That's the answer. It wasn't $1,000. He played y'all for a fool, man. Hey, man, I love it when Phil gets these rabid fanboys all worked up, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's right, Phil. That's right. We would never do that over here in Xbox land." And then he drops $1,100 handheld on y'all asses. And y'all out here scrambling. Boomstick. Yeah, if you want to choose between tending to your family on life support or getting a handheld, you could tell he was mad, bro. You could tell he was mad. He was hot. He really thought that Xbox would go and make an OEM device, and they would eat the cost of an OEM device. Like, that's crazy to me. And that's what makes me angry. And what Cold Blood was alluding to is, in my members video, I talk about how personally I'm not like overjoyed for anything coming down the pike, like how we kind of were back in the day, like when God of War 2018 came out. I'm not like feeling overjoyed about it. Don't get me wrong. PlayStation had a hell of a showcase. I'm gonna get into that. Wolverine looks great, but I'm thinking about like that next big blockbuster game that's gonna change gaming. I really don't see that anymore. That's why it's important that we keep our foot on the next of Hiroki Totoki. I told you guys put a chink in the armor with all your complaining on X and everywhere. He felt that. That's why he did that corny ass photo op with Kojima. They're feeling it, and that's why they took that line item off the reporting. I just don't want you guys to get confused with them taking a line item off reporting versus them still pursuing something. So we still got a lot of work to do, but all the quote unquote fanboy tears and all that other stuff, it's working. It's working. You can see them recognizing that, hey, at least from a consumer level and a reputational risk level, maybe we got to relook at some of this shit. So we still got a long ways to go, but I still see some issues there, like this stupid ass rewards program. Like, who thought of that? Who was high off PCP and licking cocaine when they created that rewards program? We'll get into all that. So, we still got a long ways to go, because I'm gonna be honest with you. PlayStation has some phenomenal developers. We saw excerpts of that during the showcase. But if their support continues to shrink, or they continue to have these dumbass leadership moves, it's not going to matter how good they are. You know what I mean? And what we've seen the last couple of generations is the genius of PlayStation and the ingenuity of PlayStation. It influences other developers to want to do shit too. And I'm kind of like seeing a gap in that. So that's what I'm talking about. My future enthusiasm, it's not there, but we can change that. So you guys are doing it. That's what I'm telling you, man. If y'all focus on the right shit, we can get change done. Like this mofo Totoki, man, he thought his shit didn't stink. Yeah, we're going to do. He just came in there, and I told y'all from the first speech, there was something wrong with that dude. He was very arrogant, and y'all slapped a lot of that arrogance out of his mouth. Okay, we got two announcements to make. Number one, shout out to the homie Geek to Sneak. 18 months, he says, or 16 months, he says, howdy. You know what I'm saying? And then we got the homie Andrew Wilkins. He renewed his membership. He's been a member for 11 straight months. He says, anyone who voted yes in the poll is a serial liar. What poll is he talking about? We got a poll up here where I simply ask, courtesy of what I played in the pre-show. I said, do you think the Xbox Rog Ally will help substantially grow the PC handheld market? Cold blood, let me ask you that, brother. Do you think this $1,100 Rog Ally, the greatest thing since sliced bread, do you think it's going to take that PC handheld market that everybody's trying to make it seem like they got 90 million units out here, but only got 6 million units? You think it's going to catapult that market or not?
Give me a minute. I answer that in a second.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready, brother. Yeah, but we're seeing he says the 1169 X Trash Ally. But shout out to Andrew Wilkins, shout out Geek to Sneak. Thank you for your membership, thank you for your support. And see, them being members, they got access to that video. And I'm telling you, we putting out some quality content. Even if you agree with the sentiment, you don't agree with the sentiment, I think it's sparking conversation. I see as soon as I put it out there that a lot of people are out there grabbing it and viewing it, and I really appreciate it. So that's why I said I got to do it for our biggest supporters, even when I can't do anything public. Trying to work, I got some ideas swirling to where we can fill in the gaps even when I'm not present. A lot of things going on to where my time is just consumed. I didn't really, matter of fact, funny story. So today I ran to go get some gas and some stuff for our car at home, so my wife can just travel, do what she got to do, because she had to run before, she had to go make some run-ins before they started putting up the blockades for the race. And I was like, damn, I'm washing all my shit. I don't have nothing to throw on. I said, oh, and I saw my Broadman Bully shirt just laying there. Now, your boy, for the last 7 years, I've been sitting and working from home for 7 years. When I started working from home, I try to go and exercise, but it wasn't like how it was when I was on site. So I put on a couple pounds, you know what I'm saying, before I went back on. So before when I was on site, I remember I brought this broadband bully shirt, and it was I normally wear a 2X. And and when I started getting a little chunkier, I started sliding towards the 3X. Well, this was a 1X. I got it too small. I'm like, fuck, I can't put this thing on. So I wore it as a t-shirt. I was like, damn, let me put on this let me put on my broadband bullies t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? And I said, I'm just going out here look like some crazy ass unk with this tight t-shirt on. I put that mug on. I had room for days. I said, damn. And I said to my wife, I said, they're working me so hard on site. I went down almost 2 sizes in like what? How long I've been? When did I start going back in the work? I think April. So from April to September, I went down 2 freaking sizes. That's crazy. So yeah, it's just a lot of work going on, y'all. I'm working on this project. I don't foresee it ending before December. If I'm lucky, if they give me some help, which I've been advocating for, maybe, sooner. We'll see. But I don't want to leave the channel empty during that time. So like I said, I'm brainstorming some things, seeing what we can do. So you guys can still get some great conversations. We got a great community, so I think we can still get some great dialogue out there, even for the public regularly. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, let's go through some more comments. Boy, where you been? Yeah, that's where I've been, geek. It just work, man. They got me on site now, and they I won't say completely changed my job, but I went from just like tech support and project management to on-site tech support and server side setup and all this other shit, and it's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
I'm back.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on the Xbox Rog Ally, Cold Blood? You think it's going to change the market?
Can you look up how much the Rog Ally is right now?
Let me see. Let me see. Xbox
The
Rog
normal,
Ally.
no, the normal Rog Ally, not the Xbox.
The Xbox. Okay, Rog Ally. Let's take a look. I don't care about the damn Xbox Rog Ally. Let's go to Best Buy. Let's look it up at Best Buy. I think that'll give us the best price. Let's see here. Control V. All right, let's do this. All right, so the regular Rog Ally is the 7-inch is $649. That's the 512 gigabyte. Let me just put Rog Ally block. Leave me alone. Rog Ally. Let's see what we come up with. So there is the Xbox Rog Ally is 1,000. The regular Rog, there's a regular Rog Ally that's $600. There's another one for $650.
That's already what I wanted. So you literally pay $400 more than the normal Rog Ally was when it launched.
Mm-hmm.
The Rog Ally, how many sales did it have?
Oh shit, I don't know. Like what, in the hundreds of thousands? Let me look.
Well, look it up.
How many sales did or does the Rog Ally have? It says as of August 2023, the Rog Ally has sold approximately 455,000 units based on a report of
let's just say add another 455,000 to it.
Uh-huh. So we're less than 1 million.
If your motherfucking console can sell over 1 million at 600, The fuck do you think is gonna happen at $1,000? Brother, this motherfucker is gonna be the most niche console ever.
Yeah.
If we even can call it a fucking console. Really, it's a fucking PC.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
So yeah, that should answer your question. No, it's not gonna change the fucking landscape of PC gaming in a handheld or whatever.
But that's why PC gaming is so popular. PC handhelds are so popular, Cold Blood. You didn't know that? You didn't know that?
For the absolute need, brother. Yes, sure. Some enthusiasts are probably gonna love this shit. But that ain't gonna be enough to be a mass market product. Hell no.
If you guys listen, this is why you need us. I'm fighting to do this more frequently, but this is why you need us. If you listen to the average content creator out here that just lies to you for your clicks, you would think that these PC handhelds were like on par with the Switch. The Switch 2 in its like first month sold half of what these PC handhelds made combined together for the years they've been out in 1 month. This is a niche product.
And you have to add the Switch 2 is horribly priced.
Yeah,
horrible.
That is true. That is true.
And it outsells these motherfuckers 10-1.
Yep. Juice is stupid. Shout out to Juice with the $2 super chat. Juice says, but it has an Xbox button. Oh man,
you know what? That is the funniest thing I heard, probably, because you can literally make a fucking hotkey that is gonna make this fucking button on your Rog Ally right now. So that is stupid, bro. But funny.
That is true. That is true. That is so true. It's funny because this is a piece, and people don't even realize this. Like, you're getting bamboozled. This is a PC. This is a handheld PC. You can hot button the whole damn thing if you wanted to. You can designate it, give me the Xbox. I want to be able to press something. So if I long press up for 3 seconds or up on the diagonal pad for 3 seconds or 5 seconds, it'll bring up the button. Something, stupid like that. It doesn't matter. It's not revolutionary. And the simple fact that the functionality is coming to all the Rog Allies, you just happen to get a button on it. Like, is that what we've been reduced to, Cold Blood? Is the Xbox experience a button? Is that what it's all about? Have we had it wrong? It's not about Wolverine or Saros or any other great game that's out there. It's about a button.
No, it's about barely 1080p gaming.
I don't want to hear...
Bro, this is what it's reduced to.
Yeah.
1080p gaming.
I don't want to hear anybody negatively compare this to the Pro. The Pro is a high-end device that's, yes, focused on less things. It's focused on gaming. That's what people get a gaming device for, is gaming. If it can do other things, this isn't 2005 anymore, where you need, your console or your gaming device to show you Netflix or do any of that other crazy stuff. Shout out to Juice with the $5 super chat. He said, just close your eyes and remember how they lost their mind for the $700 Pro and not giving you a disc drive. That's what I'm saying. The PlayStation 5 Pro is focused on high-end, top-of-the-line gaming. That's what it aims to do. That's what it does. we'll get into that a little bit too, because there's been some discrepancies about, oh, there's no PlayStation 5 Pro tag on some of these games. This is horrible. Meanwhile, the Pro version is still the best version out of all of them, as it should be. We'll get into that a little bit. But that's what it's here for. It's giving you the best console experience that you could get. It's giving you a phenomenal way to play your console games. And we haven't even seen it at its peak. We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg right now. Wait till next year. Wait till GTA in that next version of PSSR 2.0 comes out. Right? So it does what it's intending to do. And it does it at a very high level. The Rog Ally is just a ROG with a button. What are the significant upgrades that give you that difference in the price?
Bro, you know what Microsoft really fucked up with this Rog Ally?
Where's that?
They didn't make the operating system that makes these games run better on these handhelds.
Yes.
Exclusive to this motherfucker.
Yeah.
You can't put this operating system right now on your Rog Ally, on your fucking normal one that is not Xbox branded.
Yep. Yeah.
You could have at least somewhat justified paying a premium for this thing.
Exactly.
If you could have it as a closed system, but no. No, it's just a fucking Windows PC with this operating system on top of it.
And that's amazing that you say that, Cole. That's why I said you need us. That's our new hashtag. You need us. I'm glad you brought that up, because again, when we talk about this PlayStation 5 Pro debate, the argument for the PlayStation 5 Pro is it's the best way to play console games significantly, even when they don't have a Pro sticker. I'm going to show you an example later. And you're getting access to PlayStation games day one with the best fidelity, the best performance. Even if the games do come elsewhere, they're going to play day one best here. So you're getting, you're even if it's time, you're getting something exclusive here. So you pay that premium price, like Cold Blood said, you pay that premium price to get something exclusive that belongs to this, that explains the premium price. With the Xbox Rog Ally, you don't get that. Everything is releasing everywhere. There's nothing exclusive to this $1,100 paperweight. I'm sorry. And the last time people tried to overhype a device because it can do more than gaming, we got the Xbox One. And y'all all saw how that went. Like, the gaming part has to be the most prevalent thing here. And if you're asking me to pay $1,100 for inferior gaming just because it's portable, that is only going to settle on niche people. You can't compare this to the Pro. You can't compare this to the Switch. There is a niche group of you that need to sit in a corner and talk amongst yourselves about other handhelds. If you want it, that's fine. If you like it, I love it. I just won't buy it. But for the rest of us that are having the big boy discussions, you're not big enough to fit at this table. Stop fooling consumers. If you have a specialized niche desire when it comes to gaming that you're willing to spend that type of money for, go with it. Go for it. I'm not going to be mad at you for your choice. But that's like saying, going to a 5-star restaurant and hey, we're talking about, hey, did you check out that Wagyu steak? Oh yeah, man, that was great. Oh man, what about this cut of New York strip or whatever? You know what I'm saying? And then I come up with a Big Mac, an old ass 2-day-old Big Mac. Pickles is all soggy and molded and shit. I'm like, well, what about this? What's wrong with this? Why ain't this in the discussion? It has no place here. And like Cold Blood said, it's not a capable enough device, and it's priced itself out of the discussion with other devices, other mainstream devices. This will never be mainstream. What's the point? What are you paying extra for except for Xbox branding? And like Cold Blood said, at the very least, even if they're not going to eat the charge, that's fine. OEM device, not a problem. At least let there be something exclusive to it. Yeah, I'm paying $1,100 for this because only this can do, or only this offers.
But wait, you said it. The Xbox button is exclusive.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I keep forgetting what I'm saying. It's all boiled down to a button. And I just want you guys to think of something. Can I show you guys something? And I put this tweet out here because I didn't want to just steal it and not give credit to the person that put it out here. So this guy, RGB Gamer, right? He's been around for a while. He put out another tweet, but I just took a snapshot of this right here. And I say here, my caption for what I'm about to show you says, remember when outshining the competition was their goal? This was the result. But y'all go off. Xbox gamers are so better off right now. Exclusives are awful. And what am I captioning? RGB Gamer pulled this snippet from Aaron Greenberg from June 9th, 2010, where he says, just in from research team, NPD. Halo 3 has outsold Resistance 1, Plus 2, Uncharted 1 and 2, Killzone 2, and God of War 3 combined. Wow. That was during the Xbox 360 era. Clearly the greatest era of Xbox. Without a shadow of a doubt, they will never see that type of success again. Never. Why did they see that type of success? Because these were the goals. We have to make you feel like you're getting the biggest bang for your buck. If what we're offering is being offered everywhere pretty much the same way, why would you come to us? If we have this product and it's the same thing, the same way, or it's more expensive, the quality isn't different, it isn't more fresh, the package isn't, it's the same thing. We're just giving you, we're charging you more for it. Oh, and by the way, we included an Xbox button with it. That's not what Xbox was built on. That's not what brought me to Xbox, and that's not what brought a lot of you to Xbox, whether you're still there or not. That's not what did it. What did it is making gamers feel like they're getting the biggest bang, not the biggest pew, the biggest bang for their buck. You've been reduced down to a button. Let me see if I can find it. Who was that? Jamie's Act. Let's play the Boomstick thing again. Let's do that. I want you to hear the defeatism in his voice. Let's play it. You got to hear the defeatism in his voice to understand this is what you've been reduced to. Rightfully so. Or was it Oliver Darko? I think it was Oliver Darko. Let's see. To understand how you have fallen so much for a lot of this rhetoric, how all you've done is just sat there and made these content creators more money. There's one content creator, I'm not even going to name their name. They ran their content on Xbox is going to be better. Xbox is going to destroy PlayStation. The Xbox console, it's going to obliterate PlayStation. They also chimed in on that goofy ass the Delta. the performance delta rhetoric or whatever. It's going to destroy it. Your Xbox console is going to be like nothing ever before. And when the Xbox console fell flat on its face and didn't do any of the things that they promised you it was going to do and influence you, it was going to do in a lot of cases and push you guys into getting one because you guys trusted what they were saying. Guess what their remedy is? Oh, Xbox shit the bed. I guess I'm going to get a PC. Now, a lot of you on the other end of that was probably sitting there thinking like, what the fuck? Now, hold on. I was in the market for a console and I was thinking about getting a PlayStation. But I see so many of you with all your fancy, heavily produced videos, and you guys swore to me that Xbox was going to be the B's G's. PlayStation had nothing. Xbox was going to be the B's G's. They were going to have the better exclusives, and they were going to have the best way to play all of the multiplats. So I changed direction. I went to Xbox, spent, a considerable amount of money on an Xbox Series X. And when everything fell apart, you took all the money that I supported you with when I was watching your shit, sending you super chats in your members section, all that stuff, because I felt like rewarding you for giving me what I assumed was well-researched and plausible information. You take my money then, go buy you a souped up PC and leave me with this piece of shit. I want you to hear that defeatism in the voice. That defeatism of the gig is starting to be up. And I want you to feel that pain along with them. Not because I'm going, boo-boo. I did that a while ago. I want you to learn the lesson of how being stubborn, raising a flag for a piece of plastic or a company that doesn't give a shit about you, any of that foolish stuff, I want you to feel that pain so you don't run into the same cycle again. So I found the clip. Shout out to Juice. He says them T-flops must have indeed flopped. Yes, they did indeed. They did indeed flop. Okay, so I found the link. Let's play it. Let's see here. Where's my voice meter at? Okay, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna pause the music, and then I want you guys to listen to Boomstick talk about the Xbox Rog Ally that they tried to convince you was going to change the world. Here we go. Shout out, we got one more. We got another $5 super chat from Andrew Wilkins. He says, why no one from Xbox mentioned that Horizon Zero HCD outsold Gears 4 and Halo 5 after only 7 months on the market? Because sales don't matter unless they sell more on PlayStation. You know that, Andrew. They don't matter unless we sold the most during this quarter on PlayStation. And hold on, before we play this video, I gotta address it because that's a great point, Andrew, and I want to point this out so I don't forget it. I want to point it out now. That to me is such a stupid argument. Look, we sold the most on this console. You're selling so much on another console that isn't yours, that console is helping you be sustained. Do you think that Sega fanboys were like, oh, Jet Set Radio is now selling a whole bunch on the PlayStation 2. PlayStation has no games. That argument is so stupid. It doesn't make any sense. The sales weren't, and basically what you're saying is we feel like these games are great, but there are so few of us and we fall so short of support. The device that was made for us to buy these games over here, our support is so piss poor we couldn't support it enough over here. So they had to bring it over there. I digress. Let's watch this clip, and I want y'all to gobble the tears. All right, let's go.
Listen, folks, this is one of those situations where no one's holding a gun to your head to buy this thing. I saw a lot of rhetoric, so a lot of flag running down the aisle, celebrating and championing, Xbox losing again. Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, folks. It is an OEM device that is pricey. It's one that gives you options. There is an X model, there's an S model. Depending on what you heard, Fuzzy Belvedere, depending on what you want as the gamer, what you're going to do with this thing, is it worth it to you? Well, that's the great thing about consumerism. Choice. You have choice. You also have a choice to tell them to go F themselves. I'm not buying that. I don't need a handheld. I'm okay playing on my TV. I don't travel that much. I'm not going to use it. Whatever the situation may be, you as the consumer have a choice. Interestingly enough, and I don't think I need to really say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, there are pay over time programs everywhere. Amazon has one with Affirm. You have Clara. You have all the different. You have PayPal, Pay in 4, pay over time. I mean, there's multiple ways that if you don't have nearly $1,100 to drop down at your Best Buy or your Microsoft store, or even the online store for ASUS, you can set up a payment plan. And if you really want this thing and you don't want to, not pay the light bill so you can actually, still game, yeah.
I'm sorry. All right, I'll continue. Go ahead. Hold on.
You'd probably want to do one of the payment plans, but I like the idea that there is choice for the consumer. Both models, I think, are excellent. No matter which one you go with, I don't think you lose, folks. I really think this is a winner chicken dinner for anyone. If you decide not to go, or you're like, for instance, Korkenstein, he's going to wait for an open box. That's brilliant. Just happen to go, I'm going to take a trip to Best Buy. Oh my God, look, there's an open box. It's $300 off. Yep, I'll take it. There you go. So who really won? He did, because he, used his brain.
Cold Blood, I don't know if you heard any of that.
Yes, I did.
Do you have any thoughts on that assumption on what Boomstick, the illustrious Professor Boomstick, just gave to us?
If you need a payment plan to buy this device, maybe you should think about it 5 times over before you do it, because you have way worse problems than getting a fucking Rog Ally at that point.
Jesus Christ.
What? How? Wait, is this now the new narrative from bots? You have to go into kind of depth to get this thing? Why did you say get another job then? Just like PlayStation did back in the day.
The idiocy of this, where it's like, we don't have to. At one moment, you guys are arguing, we don't have to pay $250,000 to buy our games. We can just go through Game Pass to if you don't want to pull the plug on Aunt Susie's life support, go max out your Visa card through their new program. This nullifies the point of Game Pass, to give you cheap gaming. And this is the direction that they're heading into. These expensive PC options, it nullifies Game Pass as a point. Yeah, I get 200 games for $20 a month, but in order to play them, I had to, play them decently. I had to spend $250,000 and foreclose my home for a device. for a device that gives you 720p gaming.
How did
go ahead.
bro? How did Zaire always say? When capping goes wrong or something?
Yeah, when capping goes wrong.
Brother, oh my god. He tries, but he is so bad at it.
And this is what
He's so bad.
This is what pisses me off, is that I and others had to actually give him credit for Helldivers 2 because PlayStation was so stupid to do that in the way that they did, and it made him look like he knows what he's talking about, like he had his finger on the pulse or something, where he probably just was,
But no, I gave him flowers for even thinking that it's gonna come to Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not giving him for flowers for predicting it, because when did he predict it? A month after launch.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Or maybe he wanted it in August in 2020. When did it come out? 24?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yep.
Well, he was a whole year off on that. So, sorry. You ain't getting no flowers for that one.
Yeah.
You only get it for believing that it even has a chance.
Crazy. Shout out to Brigadier Williams. He says, I'm sorry, Boom. I am getting a PlayStation 5 Pro. Xbox is just a bland platform to me, says Brigadier Williams. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're into niche devices that nullify the point of having Game Pass, then go for it. But you can't bring this soggy Big Mac with the mildew pickles in it to the table with prime cut steak and other, 5-star cuisine. Sit over there and sit over there with the other, homeless gamers and just gnaw on your soggy Big Mac. This doesn't belong in the mainstream discussion. I'm sorry. It's absolutely absurd. Why is it absurd? I'm not saying the point of the Rog Ally is absurd. The point of the Xbox Rog Ally is absurd. Because as Cold Blood elegantly puts out there, what is the purpose? All of this is coming to the other devices. They're going to have another line of Rog Allies that are going to outperform this. You're paying this extra overcost for a button. You've been reduced for a button. Now you're talking payment plans, mortgages, and all this other stuff for a button. If this device was so great, why didn't you get the Rog Ally? Why didn't you get that and play all the capabilities been there on the Rog Ally? The streaming capabilities, the native Windows PC capabilities, all that's been there. The cloud gaming capability, they've been there. And let this be a prelude, a precursor now, and I think it's hitting everybody, Cold Blood, that this is now a prelude, a precursor to the console. Because if this is dropping at $1,100, anywhere between $600 to $1,100, my God, what is the console going to be? My God. It is clear Satya and Nadella, Amy Hood have set the tone. We are not playing the console game anymore. We will manufacture a device. It will perform the way we say it's going to perform. But we are not cutting corners as far as eating costs anymore. Uh-oh, you shared something with me. Hold on, let me take a look at this. We're not cutting.
Actually.
Oh yeah, this is good. I'm glad you sent that. I'm glad you sent this. And for everybody that said the console is dead, and that's why I know you don't agree with me, Cold Blood, and that's fine. You know, I think it's a fair counter argument. I just feel like Xbox would be in a different place if this guy was in charge. He's having a fucking field day. And that's my homie Mike Ybarra. You know. He says, so it says, Sony is calling PlayStation 5, says IGN, generation of its consoles is most successful to date after reaching a milestone of 136 billion. So Mike Ybarra responds, but hey, the console market isn't a successful business. It is if you do it right. So this dude Hellblazer says, bitter X. Hey, yo, I just noticed what he said. I thought he was just saying a general sarcastic comment. He said, your console is dead. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna respond to it here. Oh my god. Hey, Mike. If anybody can get this to Mike, I'll say this. Because normally I would just send this through the back channels and send him a message. Mike, we would love to have you on the show just to talk about your gaming history. Mike, you know I'm a super fan, and that time I wigged out on you is because, you know, I just wanted Xbox to be competitive, but now I understand what you were doing. You were trying to signal to Xbox, hey, look, God of War, I'm giving God of War its kudos because this is the type of shit that we need to be aiming towards. And I completely understand that. And shout out to David Jaffe who intervened and jumped out. And I understand it now because you were giving kudos to God of War, and he's the creator of God of War. So of course he felt like he had some skin in the game. And I appreciate both of you guys. Mike, you borrow a little bit more. But Mike, we would love to have you on the show just to get your perspective on this. I'll call off for work for that shit. I don't give a damn. Just a server ain't getting put up. Just to get your perspective on gaming. And again, this is not a butter me up session. We would like for you to, because Pete Hines just recently did it. And I think he said just enough to give us a big enough peer behind the veil to counter a lot of the bullshit that we're hearing. We don't want you telling trade secrets. We don't want FCC level, details and discussions that will put you in harm's way. We just want your generalized opinion, like this stuff. Your console is there. No, we just want your generalized opinion over approaches and what's the best pursuit by these companies that best benefit gamers. Because the way I feel. And I don't want to take anything from Phil Spencer in this regard. Phil is a gamer. He is a gamer. There's no denying it. I've heard personally from people that know Phil's habits, who are very critical of him. They don't deny that he's a gamer. It's just that he's not the type of gamer that's best suited for Xbox. Maybe he needs to go to Nintendo. Something like, you know what I mean? Maybe he needs to go over there. He's just not best suited for Xbox. I think the type of gamer that's best suited for Xbox, or better suited at the very least, would be someone like Mike Ybarra, right? So I would like, even though that may not be on the cards ever again, as long as Satya Nadella's there, I would like to hear your perspective on, the direction things are going and gaming in general, and what you would do different and why. And it ain't got to be about, no, we're going to kick Phil in the mouth, because you have publicly went on a record and tried to defend Phil. But I just feel like that we have leadership in the game that they're not doing an intricate enough balance of, hey, look, we are a business and we have to make money, but we got to make sure that our populace is fed, and they really feel like that we're always on the peak of innovation. I think you would do a better job than that. I'm going to say this, and I know you wouldn't agree with this. I'm going to say I think that you would do not only a better job than Phil Spencer. I think you do a better job than Herm Hulst. That I think you have a better finger on the pulse of what gamers need. And for those of you Mike Ybarra, huh? Why would you say that? Mike Ybarra, when the PlayStation 5 was launching, and there was several months up to its launch, Mike Ybarra was one of the first, if not the first, developer who said, and I'm paraphrasing here, I'm using MM2K style dialogue to describe what Mike said. Mike Ybarra is one of the first that said, fuck you, and all this GitHub bullshit about, frame deltas and all this other bullshit. The PlayStation 5 is going to be a phenomenal machine. He was one of the first devs that came and bucked that trend. Because everybody was on a crusade of, complaining about the Series S, but then getting shut down and being afraid to talk. Mike Ybarra just came out there and said, no, the PlayStation 5 is a phenomenal machine. All that hoopla that you're hearing, it's bullshit, essentially. And people came at him, and in Mike's typical fashion, he didn't give a fuck, just like he showed you in his tweet. You know what I mean? So, Mike, if you hear this, and I might throw something in the back channels, I would love to just, we would love to have a sit down with you, get your perspective of what's going on, what you would do different, and why. You know what I mean? All right, so that was one tweet. He said your console is dead. Mike don't give a fuck. All right. They got another one. Hold on. Let me see if I can copy this. Copy. I can't. Hold on,
bro. Right now we get the fucking roasting part of Xbox being dead from everybody.
Let me see if I can find this one. All right. Let me. Damn it. Where's Let me go here, because you gave me the snapshot. Do you have the link to a tweet where this one is, Cold Blood?
Which one?
The one from Paris.
The one from Paris? Well, I gotta go to Paris. Shit, wait.
Hold on, let me see. Okay, yeah, if you.
Let me look. I might find it.
Well, I'll read it to you guys. You guys probably saw it until Cold Blood finds it. It says, now this is from Paris. This is from our home, the channel, good friend of the channel, Paris Lily. Paris, if you, we know you're listening. This is a tweet from Paris about the Xbox Rog Ally. They calling you out. They calling you out to the plank, Paris. He says, saw the leak, quote unquote. And in my opinion, it's doubtful that the Asus ROG Ally X will be $1,000 USD. The European price is almost never a 1-for-1 conversion to USD, and the Windows Central states as much in their article. Read.
No, so actually, this time it actually is a 1-to-1 conversion.
Yeah, it is. So they're calling you out, Paris, for the apparent facetiousness to the leak price. I mean, you did say in my opinion, but you capped it off with, people, it gives the air of, what was that, when Fonzarelli, shout out to Fonzarelli, when Fonzarelli was like, it's people's reading comprehensions. You know what I'm saying? When they was talking about, this is only about Activision Blizzard. I'm sorry, Paris is giving that air, so they calling you out on that one. And then this last one from, oh yeah, I saw this one. This is another, I can't show you guys because it's a copy of the thing. If we can get the actual link, I'll show you guys. Jabber Ultra says, I want Yoshida-san working with Minakato-san at Xbox Japan to get us more Japanese and Asian games on Xbox. And Yoshida responds, don't worry now, everything is an Xbox. Oh, shoot.
Yo, he's savage, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, they're not holding back on Xbox, man. They're not holding back anymore. I'm gonna say this. I don't think Dark Zone 2525 says Microsoft buys ABK just to go third party. I don't think we understand. And I've heard various arguments. I've heard arguments about what is the issue here? These are just options. I think of gaming like this. And again, I hate to get all philosophical about this. I think the gaming as like Earth on its axis in orbit and all other stuff.
Bro, I'm going through Paris timeline, and he was so excited for this ally, bro. Yo, like every second tweet is just an ally.
Xbox, and again, this is coming from someone whose favorite console, who wholly believes that PlayStation is the greatest, game make when they're pumping on all four cylinders, they are the greatest game makers of this era of our time right now. I believe they have the best console. I love the PlayStation 5 Pro. You're talking to someone who wholly believes that. I don't trust PlayStation as far as I can fucking throw them. I think and that's just PlayStation just acting up from the Totoki era. That's all. I think that's all it should take from gamers in the community. I think that's all it should take from us to see just that level of deceit. And it's only been since Totoki. We've only been seeing this deceit at this level in regards to some of the PlayStation heirs since 2024. It's only 2025. We have seen 13 years of broken promises, of deceit, of, hey, I'm going to tell you creators and you people out here this. Meanwhile, and you stake your name and your reputations and your channels on this. Meanwhile, we're about to go do that. I'm not doubting the things that you guys were told. I'm not doubting it. I've been there. I've been there with Google and Stadia. There were things that I were told. I was shown emails. I've had executives control leak me stuff. I've been there. But it only took me those 2 years of seeing what I was told versus what's happening and me saying, nope, not falling for the okie doke. I think if I can sit here just after a year, after 2 years of Google slow leaking stuff and saying this is the direction that we're headed. Here's an example of a communication that we've had with somebody. We're moving forward with this and that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, well, okay, you can't go public with this yet, even though I see this. This is going to be awesome. And then finally, when they closed down, and then something else was being slow leaked to me. Shout out to Project Storm. He says, what up, y'all breaking it's down, gotta love it. Appreciate it, Storm, with the $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. It took me only 2 years of that to when something else was slow leaked to me. And I was like, nah, I'm gonna sit on this for a month or two. Because I gotta put some feelers out there. I gotta touch some other people. And as a matter of fact, it's funny. My brother Project Storm, formerly of SML podcast, he was there behind the scenes when I hit him up one day before we were about to do the show. And I was like, yo, somebody hit me with this information. And Storm knows what I'm talking about. He thought it was somebody that we know. Like, no, this is somebody else. I'm just going to leave it at that. And I'm thinking we're on the cutting edge of something, which we were. Google was planning to do this, but plans fall apart. So after seeing how fragile their planning was, after being burnt from that, and me saying, nah, don't care if you're slow leaking it to me, I'm sitting on this to see how valid it is. And when I found out its validity, then I reported it. I was still ahead of everybody else. Like Verge reported the Google News on what they were transforming their streaming capabilities to. I reported it before them, but of course they're bigger, so they got all the recognition. Didn't care. So if I can do that after 2 years or after 1 year of going through deceit with Hiroki Totoki, I realize I can't play this wordsmith game with PlayStation. I have to see it before I double down on it. I don't know how longer we can excuse people that are going off of what Xbox says when they have a 13-year track record of broken promises and deceit. I have to leave that for y'all to defend yourselves. I can't defend it for y'all. And y'all can't get mad at me for reporting the sentiment out there. 13 years. 13 years of failure. Of cascading information that is the antithesis of where you're at now. When a lot of us predicted where you're at now as things were progressing, you were saying the complete opposite. And 13 years later, you're pretty much exactly where we said you were going to be. I can't continue to defend, and it's not my job to defend people who end up on the wrong side. You guys got to defend yourselves, and you can't be mad at me when I just, elaborate the community sentiment. "13 years of fiction." Yes, we can. See, showing. Project Storm says facts as always. Storm he was like, nah, Moss, I think it was so and so. I'm like, nah, this is because I couldn't believe it myself, bro. I was sitting there saying to myself, these motherfuckers, like the company is actually sending this shit to me, bro. Holy fuck. I must be special. or we must be special. Because the SML podcast and the Stadia community was top. We didn't have the tens of thousands of viewers that everybody else had, but we had the heart of the community. So that's why they dropped it off with us. And the other bigger motherfuckers, they didn't drop it off with them. They dropped it off with us. Even after all that, all it took was for me 2 years to see, oh, hold on. You guys may sit at the table and plan stuff, but you're kind of like Xbox Flighty, where you talk about stuff that's in flight and you haven't solidified it, and then you want to send me the shit and make me look crazy. Oh, hell no. I'm sitting on this one, puppy. And then the information ended up being right, but I'd be down. So I can't continue to try to put up a protective wall around those that want to continue to make defense, and the defense being, well, this is what they said. Because I don't operate like that. And I've been told a lot of stuff. I know better. You're talking to someone who's only here because my original goal was to show that PlayStation was overrated last generation. That was my original goal. And after actually getting my hands on these games on the latter half of the generation and understanding the vision that they were going through and seeing the decline of Xbox, I had no choice but to say, you know what? The thing that I was originally intended to prove was false. It was wrong. And it's not about clicks and popularity. I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do. What determines the right thing to do? Not the thing that boosts me up, the thing that informs you. That's the right thing to do. That keeps you informed. That's how I see my intentions behind this mic. It's not about me, who I know, who I speak to, you know, how popular I am. It's about making sure that I'm doing my due diligence to keep you informed. That's how I see my role behind this mic.
By the way, I found the tweet.
Oh, you found it? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Took me a while. Paris, maybe you should keep it a little bit on the low side with your tweets. Like, a lot of them feel like fucking repetitions. Like, holy shit, I saw so many of the same fucking tweets. So I was like, am I even scrolling down?
Yeah, I you can't trust Xbox. And here's and I think the number one and I'll say this and then we'll move on. Shout out to Tim Dog. And I think this is a shot down the bow to everybody that wants to believe, that looks at Phil Spencer, that sits across from him, that has a conversation with him, and they say, you know what, this really is a nice guy. And he really loves gaming. And he really charms me. I want y'all to take this into consideration. Phil Spencer was very good friends with Tim Dog. At a level that y'all will never reach. Never. I think Tim Dog and maybe Megatron. I think Megatron, you guys don't know, the old school content creator and gamer. I think Megatron might be a close second. Randolph Thor was in that vicinity too, but then he started speaking his mind too much years ago, and then they kind of like pushed away from him a little bit, but he still has his connections. I'm talking about being close to the man himself. You get no closer to Tim Dog. Tim Dog was the propaganda machine. I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that. He was the propaganda machine. Tim Dog, close friend, the arch architect of their evangelical marketing schemes, Tim Dog. Also, the friendship was so close. Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox, is like, hey, chilling, having a drink. Where you at? Oh, I'm driving close to you, Phil. Come meet me at this bar. The motherfuckers met up at a bar. Phil ain't meeting none of y'all in the bar. None. Was willing to take pictures with Tim. As close as me, well, closer, because Cold Blood is thousands of miles away. But as close as me and Cold Blood will conversate when I ain't got too much work to do, that was Tim Dog and Phil. He deceived him. I feel no content creator, no person, nobody in this game can take what they say at face value, regardless of how how likable Phil Spencer is. I think his likability is clouding judgment. One of the people that was slow leaking, who was responsible for I keep saying slow leaking, control leaking information to me from Google. I love them. They are still one of my favorite people. The woes of Stadia, I know, have nothing to do with them. None whatsoever. But I just got to a point to where I couldn't trust the information coming from there, because as they're sitting at the deciding table trying to figure this out, I realized that the people above them weren't always so keen on what they wanted to do. And you know what? To be fair to Phil Spencer, he may be in the same boat at times. We know that Phil Spencer wanted to continue to battle against PlayStation. We hear that from all sides. But the problem with Phil, just like some of the problem I was running into as the information was being control leaked to me, is things were being said. And even if the person saying them believed they were going to happen, they were saying them too prematurely, or not in the proper context, or whatever, not in the right way, whereas it was being disseminated from me, the end result was wrong. And I think at some point in time, we got to care about that. We got to care about the end result being wrong. We can't care about being first to the information. We got to care about what we're saying to y'all. So I'm not focusing on just Paris or any, I'm saying any of us. This is a warning from any of us. Because I don't trust PlayStation as far as I can throw them, and I have an affinity for their products. But I think a good operandus Mirandi, did I say that correctly? Maybe I didn't. But a good way to move forward is when you just get a smidgen of deceit. You have lost my preemptive ability to trust anything coming out of your mouth. Now I gotta see it. And with Xbox, we got 13 years of deception, of misinformation, of miscalculation. 13 years in too many critical areas. I'm not saying everything was wrong, but in too many critical areas. We got 13 years of that for us to trust anything that they tell us. I don't care who it is. I don't care if Satya calls me up. Hey, MM, I got something to tell you. This is what we're going to do. We plan to put this out here. I don't care if Satya is telling me. They waffle too much on the gaming side. I guarantee you that the stuff that they're doing with ABK now, when they were first pursuing ABK, even Satya didn't think they would have to do this. Their gaming efforts are too waffly right now to trust anything that they say wholeheartedly and stand behind it. This is what they say. This is what they say their intent is. I'm going to sit back and watch it. We'll keep you posted as things develop. It's like that old Public Enemy song. Can't trust it. All it took for me was 2 years of waffling from Stadia, 1 year of waffling from PlayStation under the Totoki regime, and now I'm like, I gotta see it. I can't personally be like that and make excuses for 13 years of waffling at a significantly higher level from Xbox. I can't do it. I don't have it in me. YouTube is telling me now would be a good time for me to show ads. So let me show an ad right now. Psych! Get the hell out of here, YouTube, with this goofy shit. Anyway.
I told them the Rog Ally ad. This is an Xbox, and this is an Xbox.
So again, I don't want to make it seem like that I'm picking on anybody. I'm not. I just think, how many times do we have to get hit in the head here? We can't trust what they tell us. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. We can't trust what they tell us. I don't think we can trust what any of them tell us. As a PlayStation gamer, they have 30 years of success with the business model that they were running with before. The legacy model of, hey, look, we got up to 10 chances with these exclusives. Even if 6 of them fail, as long as 4 of them do well and 2 out of that 4 do enough to cover the finances of the other 6 that did fail, or the other 8 in total, really, we got a winning formula. That's our floor. As long as we do that and we push units, we have success. That has been the PlayStation winning model for the past 30 years. In year 30, in 2014, Hiroki Totoki decided to change that. And then wasn't transparent when he was talking at the fireside chat. We haven't changed strategy. Yeah, you ain't changed from the Hiroki Totoki strategy that was as fully established. Well, I don't want to say fully, because we still don't know what the fuck the full strategy is. But with the Hiroki Totoki mindset that was put forth in 2024. Yeah, y'all didn't change that in 2025 because it's still being revealed. But the precedent, the legacy strategy of the past 30 years, oh hell yeah, y'all changed that definitively. And for you to be that deceitful about it, I can't trust it. That's 1 year. We're talking about 13 years. Yeah, this is what Xbox is saying. I'll put it like this. I like the Brad Sams approach. I like the Brad Sams approach as someone who's connected to the game, who will tell you what's being said, will tell you what's happening, but then we'll sprinkle a little bit of, hey, look, here's what I envision without the facetiousness. I like the Brad Sams approach. Now, Brad Sams may come across wrong. I mean, you'll see a lot of Brad Sams tweets and videos. He got a lot of videos where he came out on the wrong side of stuff, but because he sprinkles it with a little bit of, hey, look, this is how I perceive what's going on. He don't get the clips and stuff like that. He doesn't get the pushback. And Brad Sams is my second favorite Xbox creator, next to Maddie Plays now. Maddie Plays, when it comes to a pure content creator, if you're talking about Xbox, I don't want to hear from nobody else but Maddie Plays.
Wait, whoa. What about me, brother? Am I not the biggest Xbox content creator because I actually beat an Xbox game live?
Oh shit. Oh yeah, I forgot you played Hellblade 2 for 37 minutes and beat it and platinum it. Yeah, how long did it take to beat that game? 45 minutes? Yeah, that is, yeah. And I bet you were in the top the top 10 percentile of people that beat it.
Probably.
But yeah, if it's not Maddie Plays, or I don't even think, I've been trying to listen to Rebel FM. I haven't been catching call. I love their conversations about what's happening in gaming, not so much their takes on Xbox, because they're Xbox enthusiasts over at Rebel FM, the former 7-Up and GMR magazine people, and the former Polygon co-creator, I forgot what his name, Arthur Giles is one of the guys' name, and I forgot the other guy's name. Opposite of them three, if somebody's talking Xbox and they're rooted in Xbox content creation, I'm not listening to their takes. It's nothing personal. I have friends that create content for Xbox, people I'm cool with. I'm not listening to them. Those are the three that I'm listening to. But I think more importantly than anything else in the periphery, how are you assisting me in building my knowledge base? If you keep pointing me in the wrong direction, that's a failing grade. So, yeah, but I like the Brad Sam's approach. If I'm telling you what's happening and I'm trying to give it to you in cut up pieces for you to consume. If you're doing the straight up content creator YouTuber thing where you're talking about Xbox, you're still enthusiastic about it, but you're gonna come straight forward with it. I listen to Mr. Matty Plays. And then, like I said, from a more traditional podcast standpoint, Rebel FM with Arthur Giles, and I forget the other guy's name. I always forget his name. Former 7-Up, and Arthur Giles is from my favorite gaming magazine of all time, GMR magazine. He's formerly of that. Check those are the three places I think you should check out for you to be put on the best place as far as what's happening with Xbox and what's likely to happen. But I'm saying all this, and this is beyond Xbox, to influence possibly new behavior. I don't think it's about getting in anywhere. I've seen a tweet, and I don't want to hate on anybody. That's not my thing. It's just I remember. I'll put it to you like this: somebody real close to me now who used to get on me for hating on Xbox, quote unquote, who now sees what I was seeing before and now is shelling out the same rhetoric, said to me, I can't say that you know what you're talking about. I've never seen you at an E3. I've never seen you at any of these conferences, never Tokyo Game Show, Gamescom. You've never been there on the floor. And I said to this person, I said, look, man, I've been part of the Fortune 500 world for quarter of a century. I've talked to people all over the world. A lot of these people that I've talked to in different countries, I've never stepped foot in the country. I've managed people in other countries I've never been to. Progress walks, bullshit talks. When you've done it long enough, you know how to have conversations with people and derive what they're about and then watch their actions. I don't need to be at no conference walking around listening to your marketing. I don't need to sit there and listen to your marketing, the thing that you've scripted, you've sat down with your PR teams, your legal teams, all other shit to deceive me in a certain direction, and all of them do it. They fine-tune something to mush out the bad parts and hyper shine the good. I don't need to be there at a place where it's set up for you to deceive me, to understand what's going on. I want to talk to you straight up. I want to talk to you when we have to get down to the nitty gritty, get to the bits and pieces of what's going on. I want to see how the cog moves. I don't want to see what's just on the outside cover. And because I've been doing that for at least a quarter of a century, I can smell bullshit from a mile away. That's why my first video, even though my intent, I'm being as transparent as I can with you guys. My intent when I hit YouTube, my intent was to show you why PlayStation was overrated and why Xbox was the better platform. That was my intent. Even though that was my intent, my very first video on this channel, this very channel that we're on now, is Phil Spencer got a promotion, but I'm not celebrating. I smelled Phil's bullshit from the very beginning. You tripping, boss? You tripping, Moss? You trip? Who's tripping now? I'd rather be tripping back then, quote unquote, to be tripped up now and then continue to spend thousands of dollars on some dog shit. I was able to discern that from my experience. I gotta fucking sit there and talk to you with your marketing teams and your marketing speech and after you done practice with legal for weeks and weeks and weeks for you to bullshit me. I know how to sniff bullshit out. That was my first video. Now, a lot of you on the periphery, you know me as the Stadia guy because you guys thought I was just the guy that was just capping for Stadia. Stadia could do no wrong. Little do you guys know, because you were just looking at things on the periphery, you don't deep dive anything. Stadia cut me off. Storm, I hope you don't mind me saying this. Well, they're gone. My brother Storm got hit by that. Storm was having some third-party partnership with them. And because he fucked with me, all of a sudden that partnership dissolved. And Storm was like, you know what? I'm gonna still rock out with you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's kind of messed up that happened. Why did that happen? Because me and Storm would go live, and when Stadia didn't fulfill its promises, we would chew them out live. All y'all saw was us battling the ignorant people out there on Twitter who was making up stuff about Stadia. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you can't play games without Stadia Pro and all this other bullshit. No, we were battling those that was ignorant. That wasn't giving people clarity of what the product was. Once people decided what the product was, once they got a fair shake at what it was, whether you liked it or not, I didn't care. Doc Dark will tell you that. That's how me and Doc Dark got cool. Doc, I heard Doc one time talking about Stadia. I was like, bro, seemed like he's well-intended, but he got his information wrong. I said, Doc, I want to buy you Stadia Pro unit. He was like, hold on, Moss. He'll tell you, hold on, Moss. From what I'm hearing, man, this thing ain't all that, bro. It's dog shit. And if it's dog shit, I'm going to tell the people it's dog shit. I said, and Doc will tell you, these were my words. If you feel it's dog shit, I want you to go out and tell the people it's dog shit. Why? Because Stadia has people like me already. I'm an enthusiast over the things that they're trying to do. They already have people like me. But in order for them to survive, they need people like you. So if you think it's dog shit, you need to tell them it's dog shit so they can do better. He was like, I was like, tell them. And I will give you the platform to tell him if it's dog shit. He got it, played it, was like, whoa, his mind was blown. He was like, this is completely different from what I was told. Now, he didn't say it was perfect, but he was like, this is not what I was told. And the rest is history. Little do y'all know, I'm not here to cap or make excuses for anything. Do I at times perceive information incorrectly? Yes, but as soon as the information that I perceived incorrectly is corrected, I don't make any excuses. I say it, get it wrong. How many times have you guys heard me get into a full-fledged argument with my brother Cold Blood here live on air? For Cold Blood to be right, and I gotta come through, and I gotta hear this motherfucker say, see, Moss, I told you, y'all thought I was crazy. And I'm like, yeah, I gotta give my brother his flowers. He was right.
That's because you listen to Brad Sounds instead of me. Just saying. Brother, I don't need to pretend I know everything. I just say my shit, bro, and then it happens.
Yeah. From what you perceive, yeah, exactly. We're not worried about any relationships. I don't care. And again, I'm not knocking the creators that they went out to Tokyo, met with Phil and all the other stuff. That I don't need that. Kudos to you, great. That's not what's going to inform me as a gamer. Trust me, for what I do for a living, I've talked to people bigger than Phil Spencer. on to talk to them personally. Zillion times bigger than Phil Spencer. And he's the head of a multi-trillion dollar or $1 billion division. I don't need those accolades from people that are quote unquote famous. I need to be informed. I need to know what's coming down the pike. I want to be on that path. And I think it's time as content creators, as we look at some of the shortcomings that we're seeing here or anywhere, that I think it's time that we all sit, all of us, including me, sit back and figure out how we can better inform you as fellow gamers and keep ourselves on the best path of being informed for our own well-being. Because a lot of times when we're told this stuff, and I've been there, when I've given out, I believed it. But what I didn't do the proper vetting. I took too much into consideration because it was being told to me by this person. And that has to come to an end now. There's some great gaming coming out right now, but I'm telling you, I have this, I've been doing it for 25 plus years. I have this ability to see things coming down the pike and see if whether it's on an upward trend or a downward trend. I do that for a living to keep my lights on. I don't like what I'm seeing for gaming in totality based upon the leadership that we have. I don't like it. It has nothing to do with the talent that's in gaming. We still have a lot of talent despite all the woes and shit. But I don't like what's coming down the pike. And I think we in unison, now that the console war is over, I think we in unison have to just look together as a content creation community and see how we can fine tune what we do in the best way so we stay properly informed, and thus keeping you properly informed. And we work together as a cohesive community. Let me get to some of these chats here. Shout out to my brother Project Storm. He says, I don't mind. I used to say it out loud. They got us. He said, exactly. He says, we were after the truth so that we could spread the truth. Yeah. And sometimes we would sit there and be like, you know, I just feel it in my bones, man. And this is what they're going to do. And the bones was wrong. That's all. So those are my thoughts on that. The Xbox Rog Ally, I think is an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment because you guys that were really behind this thing, you really believed that Xbox would try to subsidize the cost at some shape, form, or fashion. Because we got to keep it real. Y'all saw the price of the original Rog Ally. Y'all see what's going on with tariffs and cost to produce things. Like Coldblood, me and Coldblood was chatting before. This shouldn't be a shock. I'm not surprised. Anybody truly surprised by this, you weren't paying attention or you truly deceived yourself. There were too many parameters out there that spoke to this was going to be the price. There's too much going on. It's not even an Xbox thing. Well, yeah, it kind of is an Xbox thing because Xbox made it clear that unlike PlayStation, they're not subsidizing costs anymore. PlayStation raised the price of their console $50. We're seeing prices for Xbox consoles go as high as $150. Now, I don't know why people were more in an uproar about a $50 price hike for a PlayStation unit versus a $150 price hike for an Xbox, but I guess that's just the environment that we're in. So nobody should be confused about this price. And my brother pointed that out. Nobody should be confused about the price of this Rog Ally. But it's an embarrassment to Xbox Rog Ally because, like Cold Blood alluded to, what are you getting that's so much significantly different from what's already out there? It looks to me that anything of significance is the button. This is not what Xbox gamers wanted. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Cold Blood.
No. Of course, the new Ally is gonna be a little bit more powerful than the old one.
Yeah.
You get that, but goddamn, the improvement ain't that much.
Yeah. That's why I was saying significant improvement. Geek to Sneak says, I have the white 1 terabyte Rog Ally Z1 Extreme. So, Geek, let me ask you a question, bro. Is that Rog Ally Z1 Extreme? How more powerful is the Xbox X Rog Ally than that one? And also, what was the price? Did you get it at full retail value? If you can let us know. Somebody said in the chat, the handlebars is the only difference. So y'all playing for, okay, my bad. Y'all paying for handlebars and a button. It's an embarrassment because this is not what the majority of the Xbox community wanted. They wanted a cheaper device that would have been a full-on substitute for playing on your Xbox console. Streaming and natively.
The only thing this is substituting is the Series S at best.
Yeah. But not even that, because I think you could play more games on your Series S. Because let's be real.
Of course, as long as those games have Xbox Play anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. But every game doesn't.
I mean, yeah, because some of these developers say, why the fuck would we... why would we do that? They can double the motherfuckers.
I want y'all to think about what Cold Blood just said. How successful do y'all expect Xbox Play Anywhere to be? This is the least selling marketplace. And they're telling you, we would like for you to get one SKU and that SKU be transferable to multiple devices. You're the least selling hardware out there. So we want someone that bought something on the least selling device to cannibalize purchasing other SKUs on higher selling devices. Even if you think that's the right thing to do, you think these companies are going to do that? Sometimes you just got to deal with what is and what isn't. Trust me, I know. I foolishly argued during the pandemic, hey, if Google is willing to pay these guys, they should put their games on Stadia and they should optimize it. And the company was like, bruh, this is the pandemic. Whether there's a Google Stadia or not, we're fighting to keep our lights on. We are not wasting a minute over there. And I was like, but you should do it for the team. Delusions of grandeur. You guys are going through the same thing. Now, it only took me 2 years to shake myself out of those delusions of grandeur. You guys are still fighting after 13 years. My God, as Next Gen 720 would say, my God, my God, my God. This is an embarrassment. This is why we're not seeing much from Xbox content creators on this besides, but PlayStation, like they've really been choked silent about this, and they should be. And I'm not saying this as a nana boo-boo thing. I'm saying this as a self-reflect thing. I'm not telling you to do anything that I didn't have to do. Just self-reflect. Realize where you fucked up in your approach. Realize the bigger picture here. That yes, you can still have a community that hates PlayStation for whatever goofy reason, but at least have them hold Xbox accountable. It's not a binary choice. You can hate PlayStation and still be like, Xbox, what the fuck are you doing? We deserve better. All right. I think we said what we needed to say there. I just think it's an embarrassment, and I'm hopeful. This might be different. I'm not going to make any promises. I'm just hopeful that the Xbox community realizes that and at least stand up for themselves and stop being a piss mat for Phil Spencer and Satya Nadella. All right. So that was the Xbox section of the show. Let's talk about PlayStation. I know a lot of you are going to say, "Oh, PlayStation, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's time to get on them." Well, I know some of you have been used to that the last few weeks, and I'm not going to, and they're not completely absolved, but Cold Blood, I like to get your thoughts first, if possible. You know, I think PlayStation has had a hell of a week. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm gonna say it's ray tracing at 60 FPS, motherfuckers. all I have to say.
Yep.
Could not be done anywhere else.
Yep.
Xbox? Who's that? I don't know.
Who is that?
But no. We get Wolverine next year, bro.
Yeah.
It's insane how much Insomniac has put into this generation, bro.
Oh.
Insanity.
Oh. Yeah.
That's why I am so pissed off at fucking Naughty Dog right now.
Naughty Dog.
Like,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
They take forever.
Yeah.
And if this intergalactic ain't the shit, bro, oh, they're gonna get it. They're gonna get it from all sides, I'm telling you right now, because you wasted a whole generation with remakes, remasters. This better be fucking good, bro.
Yep.
Generational game. And now Sucker Punch showing us how it's done on a PS5 Pro.
Yep.
No excuses from all the other first party. None. Ray tracing 60, please. Every time. Minimum. Okay, that's all I had to say. Oh no, one thing. Saros, day one.
Yeah.
Yo, this game looks insanely good.
Yeah.
They took Returnal and upped it a whole level.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna be nice, bro.
Yeah, you can just look. Some things you can't just look at and tell. Like, I know I am. Speaking of, I'm talking from experience. You know, one of the things that helped started to my conversion and my thought process. If for those of you that don't know, again, when I was still in my Xbox capping mode, and I was like, well, I'm going to prove that the PlayStation games are overrated. So I was like, I'm going to prove that you don't need to buy a PlayStation. I rented a PlayStation 4, and I went and read it from GameFly, God of War 2018. And I said, I'm going to beat this game in 3 days, send everything back for a total of $45. You know what I'm saying? I thought I was just going to beat the game in 5 days and be done with it. I ended up keeping that rented PlayStation for about 5 or 6 months. Because not only was I playing God of War, but then I started like grabbing other shit and playing. And I'm like, yeah, the experience ain't the same anymore. And I got my complete God of War playthrough on this channel if you guys want to check it out on that PlayStation 4. It made me get the Pro. So a lot of people are like, oh, the Pro was a potato, but I love playing Last of Us 2 on it. And I should have some of that Last of Us 2 gameplay on here as well. Yeah, I was wrong, to say the least. I was wrong. I've been there. I'm here to tell you guys that if you're still across the street and you're doubtful, and I'm not saying give up your Xbox. I mean, if you got the financial wherewithal, or if you're that tethered to Xbox because of Game Pass or whatever, fine, keep it. I'm telling you, you need a PlayStation, and you're talking to someone who thought that Xbox pissed liquid gold during the 360 in the OG Xbox generations. And I still had a PlayStation. I had a PlayStation 2. Now I had a PlayStation 3 off and on during the 360 generation, but I was like, you know, there's stuff on PlayStation you're just not getting. And I'm a gamer with a capital G. I'm about getting access to all the good stuff. It's just that my time is dedicated to the Xbox for the most part. It's totally different now. I'm telling you, you're missing out on so much stuff. You're missing out on so many experiences. I know we're worked up about, a lot of us are worked up about PlayStation and possible multi-plat efforts. Again, as I said earlier in the show, PlayStation gamers have been loud in their rebuke of the Totoki strategy. I think hashtag fire Totoki has been an effective movement. We're seeing things that show chinks in the armor. Number one, that bullshit ass photo op that Totoki did with Kojima in his sweatsuit and shit, dressed like Jet Set Radio and shit. We're fuck out of here. I'm not falling for that. And then secondly, them taking that line item off the reporting. I don't believe that they've totally went away from multi-platform game gauging. I don't believe that's, but they apparently know how bad of a look it is and how much reputational risk it shows. So they at the very least, they took it from the public eye. For someone who business-wise, and trust me, I know from experience, from someone who business-wise is as arrogant as Hiroki Totoki was, for that to happen shows that there is mounting pressure for some type of pullback on some of this shit. And you guys are responsible for that. So keep it up. So I know, even though we're frustrated with some of their efforts and some of the dumb shit that they're doing, there's still no denying. If you want access to the best games out there, you have to have a PlayStation. You have to have it. Now, some people say, I'm willing to wait. Well, here's my thing. Depends on what type of gamer you are. Some people are willing to wait. Now, every single PlayStation game isn't guaranteed this generation, and I don't think every PlayStation game, even if they do continue to pursue multi-platform stuff, I don't feel like every single game is coming to Xbox this generation. But it might happen next generation. Who knows? But with that said, it's guaranteed to be on PlayStation. And then we got the PlayStation 5 Pro, which you can go to our MM2K game streaming channel and look up our game streams and see how phenomenal it was even at launch. You need a PlayStation if you want access to these great games. If you want to, even at the height of me in my cloud gaming experience, I got my PlayStation day one. And boy, was the community mad at me. What do you want that console for? We're in a fight against console. No. You're in a fight against console. I'm in an effort of trying to show people the benefits of cloud gaming. And even though it was my number one way to play games at that time, and still pretty much still holds the crown for me, I'm not not here to dismiss console gaming. Wherever it takes for me to get great gaming experiences, that's where I'm going. And I don't want anything to hamper that. I don't want access to hamper that. I understand what makes PlayStation games great. And in large part, it's due to it being tethered to that hardware. So it's a whole ecosystem over there. Yoshida explained it in 2014. You guys need to do your history and research it. I'm not going to show it again today. I've shown it numerous times. That dependency to the hardware in that sense of urgency of shit, we need these games to sell this hardware is what make those PlayStation games great. And I don't think that dynamic is fully over yet, even though it's been a threat. It's been threatened. So if gaming is your thing, because look, I mean, it's cool that you get games on Game Pass. I subscribe to Game Pass. But I got to keep it real with you guys. Outside of Atom Fall, outside of Expedition 33, there hasn't been an Xbox game that I was really like, oh yeah, I want to hunker down in this. And I say that subjectively, but I feel like objectively, the general gamer doesn't feel super tethered to Xbox, even though Game Pass saw its best year. This year represents the best year Game Pass has had, and I think it's because of Expedition 33, and I think because of Oblivion. You know what I'm saying? Oblivion did have a big successful wave and stuff like that, but I really didn't feel tethered from a long-term perspective to be searching through Game Pass all like that. And I think that's objectively true for the average gamer. So I think even though Game Pass saw that big bump earlier in this year, I'm expecting that to decline. I think what is for sure, at least for the rest of this generation, is we're going to continue to get some top of the line experiences from PlayStation every year, albeit something that they partner with, you know, from a second or third party perspective, that's a timed exclusive to their first party games. This year we got Death Stranding 2, Game of the Year candidate, Ghost of Yatai, close to a Game of the Year candidate. I think the only thing that's holding it back is some of the people that just, you know what I'm saying, that are making ridiculous parallels to Assassin's Creed Shadows. I even said that I like Assassin's Creed Shadows, but I knew from the jump that Ghost of Yatai was going to be the superior game. And then next year we're getting Saros. That looks fucking phenomenal. Even though I have Returnal and I kind of was like, I don't know if this is the game style for me. Just the way Saros looks, I'm like, yeah, I'm there. And then we're getting Wolverine. And then next year, or the year after that, it's rumored that we could be getting the Venom game. And Intergalactic could be coming 2027. Could be. And again, those are just the games that we know about. We don't know about the other partnerships, the other Stellar Blade type partnerships that are happening, you know what I'm saying, that are coming down the pike. We don't know. So, C Fresh 2180, member of the channel, says, he said, I can't wait for says, I can't wait for Ghost of Yatai. I can't either, brother. Make sure I got all you guys' super chats. Yep, we did. Okay. I'm going to show you guys something. Here, let's take a look at this. So it kind of started with, well, maybe it didn't start here, but we'll cover everything. So the state of play. Most state of plays recently, Cold Blood, I think you would agree with this. Most state of plays have been disappointing. Didn't really feel like they were for us. They're staunchest supporters by capita. And it was just abysmal to see. Ever since that state of play that happened right after Phil went on his apology tour on Kinda Funny podcast and was like, we just can't outgame PlayStation or out console PlayStation. And then all of a sudden, like a few days later, PlayStation announced the state of play. We were like, yes, PlayStation, they're keeping their foot on their neck and they're going to drop some crazy shit on us. I had people off air that have been at PlayStation events who were shown things behind the scenes and was like, PlayStation got a lot of crazy shit coming down the pipe. I bet you they're going to show it now. I've had several people that contribute to high-end publications, people that develop games who were shown shit behind the scenes, reaching out to me. Like, bro, this might be it. Remember that thing we were talking about on such and such day? This might be the day where they show it. Like, oh shit, okay. And they just didn't show it. And it just seemed like we were disappointed time after time after time. Well, this showcase was better significantly. I thought it was balanced okay. They're going to show their fluff or whatever. I thought it was balanced okay, but I think more importantly, you gave us a good enough peer behind the veil. And I was satisfied. I was satisfied to the point to where I gave it an 8 out of 10. Cold Blood, what did you think of the state of play? Did you enjoy it? And what did you score it?
If all the bullshit in the middle wasn't there,
Mm-hmm.
it would have been easily a 9.
Uh-huh.
But Wolverine really saved this state of play, like a lot. So I still give it an 8.5.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, and I was watching it with Juice together. Yeah. Oh, bro, me and him both said, "The fuck is all this bullshit?" Until Wolverine came on, then we both got silent for a second, and then we was celebrating. Yes, that's what we want. None of this live service garbage. We don't want that shit. Keep it to yourself, motherfuckers.
Yeah, I think that was a smart thing to do. To keep like you said, the lie. I think, again, and I think that's because of you guys. I think it's because of you guys. Because everybody was pushing for and was being vocal on what we should or should not be seeing in certain junctions. And they listened, I think. And again, I didn't mind the fluff in the middle. That's what they're going to do. They've now used the state of plays to kind of like reach out to everybody, which I don't get it. I get a little bit of fluff in there, but why so much of it? So I kind of expected that. My problem, I'll give you my biggest problem. My biggest problem was, and that's why I had to rank it an 8, was the stuff being leaked. I think we're at a point now, I wish the stuff just wasn't leaked anymore. I know this is like...
What stuff?
Well,
what stuff was leaked?
The Wolverine and Saros and what else?
No, Saros Saros was announced.
Was announced, yeah.
That was not a leak. But
Did they
Wolverine
leak
will.
that first?
No, nobody
Okay.
leaked nothing, bro. This time, Wolverine was a surprise. Like, we didn't know if it was coming or not.
Yeah, I would know. I was seeing all over social media them talking about Wolverine's gonna be here. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, but that was wishful thinking, brother. That's not the same as an actual leak.
Well, no, there was the one, I forgot who it was. There was someone that had a leak and they pretty much got everything right in their leak except for they had the God of War Metroidvania game. That's the only thing that they had wrong. I saw it like.
Then it was just like I said, wet dream list of what is going to be shown.
I don't know. Yeah, they were too on point with that. So yeah, for me, you know, the shit I was seeing on social media, it was being like not only the fact that the state of play was coming, but then what was going to be in the state of play. Like the only thing that they were wrong about was the God of War. I associate that more to than just guessing. I think they were getting it right. Old Man Gaming Guru agrees with you. He said, I believe they were guessing as usual. Nah, it was too accurate. They even boiled it down to the minutes of how long the shit was going to be shown to the minutes. I'm like, what the fuck? So yeah, I think I'm at the point now to where I think the leaking needs to stop. Just please don't do that. Just, you know what I mean? Let's celebrate the surprises together and let's just react to them, you know. Let's react to them once we see them. Don't, you know, that again, this is me making a plea to the community. Let's reevaluate how we do this. Let's do this for the people on the other end of this. Because if we do it for the people on the other end of this, if we all are truly gamers, it'll benefit us as well. You know what I mean? Now, I'm glad that most people didn't see that, or a lot of people didn't see that shit. I'm glad of that, but let's try to eliminate it across the board. You know what I mean? And what I'm going to have to do too is I'm going to tell you content creators that if you're airing these leaks, I'm not going to watch your content. Let's do that too. And I hate to do that. I hate to poo-poo on anybody's parade, but you know, let's not kill that excitement for anybody. You know what I'm saying? Donald Cowie says Wolverine was said to be there, but I wasn't expecting. Yeah, the thing that I had saw repeatedly was this list that had everything down there, including the minutes of how long Saros was going to be shown, and you know, Wolverine. You know, they really were descriptive about Saros and Wolverine. And the only thing that was described in the leak that wasn't there was the God of War Metroidvania game, supposedly, if that even exists. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Juice. The leaks, you know, I'm happy that, you know, Cold Blood didn't see that, or most of y'all, you know, or you didn't catch that, Juice. It sounds like you didn't see it either. I'm glad you didn't, but, and again, it still didn't ruin it totally, but I would have loved to just be like, holy fuck, Wolverine is here and shit, you know, and to see that they pulled it off. Because remember, everybody was like, I don't think we're going to pull it off. Trucknet says we got to entertain Trucknet at least once a shit.
Wait. You said they didn't pull it off?
No, they pulled it off. Oh yeah, they pulled it off. I gave the show an 8 out of 10. That's the highest I've given the state of play in a minute.
Well, I thought you meant Xbox getting pulled off Costco. Oh, okay.
We got to entertain Trucknet here and there. Trucknet, you're going to get your 5 minutes of fame. He says, man, if Microsoft announces Elder Scrolls 6 with gameplay for spring 2027, announces Splinter Cell remake, Mass Effect 4, Fight Night announcement for early 2027, that would be epic. 360 launch all over again. TruckNet, you can't compare that to the 360 launch because number one, none of that is going to be exclusive. None of that is even going to be timed exclusive. Like Elder Scrolls 6 is going to launch day and date on PlayStation. It has to. It's like Bethesda's last hurrah. Bethesda Softworks, the ones that make them, those games. That's their last hurrah. I mean, don't get me wrong. The remake was hella successful, but that alone ain't going to do it. Like Starfield has been such a tragedy for them that their last hurrah before they get gutted and tossed to the wayside is Elder Scrolls 6. That is launching. So all that stuff that you named opposite of Fight Night was timed exclusive on the 360. If they had a showcase where all of that stuff was timed exclusive except for Fight Night, I would agree with you. Splinter Cell ain't gonna be no exclusive to. Hell no.
Well, maybe if Microsoft pays them half $1 billion to make the
they
game.
could pay them $90 billion, and then they're not doing that shit, bruh. No, they're done. Everybody realizes it's a dying console, and yes, we'll put it on. I think the biggest success that Microsoft will see until next generation, or Microsoft will see from here on out, the biggest success is we're going to put this in the Windows Store too. That's what you guys need to get on your knees and pray for.
Oh. Wait. Look at what TruckNet just said.
Let me see. He says, well, the next gen Xbox is launching next year with Halo, Gears E-Day, Fable, Forza Horizon 6. They will be next gen exclusive. Number one, I don't know. Go ahead.
Where does he get his information?
From Golden Boom. I think TruckNet is Boom. TruckNet is Boom's sock account. TruckNet is Boom. It's probably two of them. It's probably Boom and Jazz Gordon and shit working together on one account. TruckNet is Boom and Jazz Gordon's sock account. Yeah, TruckNet. I don't even know if it's coming next year. I don't even know if they're prepared to launch next year. Again, you can't trust anything Xbox says. You can't trust the what do you call that? You can't trust the hyperbole that they still trickle down. Like, again, I don't want to target people. I just want to put this as an olive branch for maybe we can just do better for gamers. If I'm Jez Gordon, I'm telling all of my sources to buzz off at Xbox. Because apparently y'all are being misfed information, or y'all are purposefully fooling the fuck out of me. I think out of the last like 10 predictions or something like that, they might have gotten one, maybe two right. And really having access that close, depending upon the agenda of the company, can be dangerous at times. Especially if after burning you time and time again, you're going to keep coming back and regurgitating their propaganda. Yeah, I'm highly skeptical about this propaganda that they're control leaking out here. I don't even know if it's ready. From what we're hearing from non-biased sources is that, they're really having a difficult time trying to figure out, how to get Windows, working as a viable alternative to Steam OS. They're really trying to upgrade the Windows gaming OS for it to be more viable. So, we know how Xbox rolls. Remember, they couldn't even tell us about their ideas on time. Remember, they were supposed to tell us at the Game Awards. last year. Remember when Sarah Bond said, yeah, join us at the Game Awards as we release more information? She said that like 7 months in advance, and they still had to delay the announcement by 6 months. 6 months. Again, I think that's a prime example of not trusting anything that they say. And this is not me just picking on Xbox. Again, I see PlayStation remove the line item in regards to multi-platform. I don't trust that. People are running with that. Oh man, they're stopping to do that. No, that just shows that we don't have a great business acumen here. They did that. They took it off of the public-facing documentation. That doesn't mean they're still not pursuing it. They just took it off the public-facing documentation. Don't give up yet. Take that as a victory that you're pushing them in the right way. You still got a lot of pushing to do. It's like you're playing tug of war, and let's just say your team is pulling the rope, and the other team comes one step closer, and then you just drop the rope. Oh, we won! No, you didn't. You had to pull those motherfuckers in the water. Keep pulling. But no, I wouldn't trust any of that information. It's being control leaked by Microsoft. We've seen on numerous occasions, and again, to defend the creators, I believe this is what they were told by people that are close, that are within Microsoft. I don't believe that they were lying. I just think that erroneously they continue to trust these sources. And I know from experience, I've sat in boardrooms when the management team said, oh yeah, on Monday we said, this is what we're going to do. All right, and we're all excited. Yeah, this is what we're going to do. Okay, we got to take this up to so-and-so and so-and-so for the final approval. So they go up to so-and-so and whoever for the final approval on Wednesday. And by Thursday, they come back to us and be like, okay, we can't do it. We didn't get the final approval. Huh? What? We were so excited. We thought we had this in the bag. The difference is in those scenarios, we've never ran to our staff or ran publicly and said, oh, yeah, this is what we're going to do. Yeah, this is our plan. Yeah, that was your plan, but the plan was in flight. Until it got the full approval that it needed, it wasn't reliable information. And I feel like that's what happens so much in Microsoft. They run their mouths on unreliable information in flight. I know from firsthand experience because I've sat in boardrooms where we are like pretty much sure, hey, our bosses are telling us, yeah, this is what we're going to do. Oh, this is going to get approved by Janice and them. Go ahead. Hey, you do this and you go do. We're moving like this shit is going to happen. And then Thursday we have another meeting and they're like, no, it's not happening. And it's like, it's disappointing, but it's no harm, no foul because we didn't tell anybody. Instead, at Xbox, they're telling everybody between Monday and Thursday. I wouldn't trust a damn thing you hear from anybody close to even if I don't give a fuck. Like I said, I could care less. So, hey, MM2K, Cold Blood. I want to let you guys know that tomorrow we're going to do. I wouldn't trust anything that Satya says. Everything that Satya spoke of in regards to how this was the APK said was going to translate, it's the complete opposite. Let us compete. You want to compete? Let us compete. Let us, he was shaking his head and his neck. Let us compete. Fucking competition you see now. Motherfuckers rolled over, killed over, and called uncle. Let us compete. Bullshit. I don't trust anything coming out of their mouths. So no, I don't trust that information, TruckNet. But yeah, I gave the Cold Blood gave it an 8.5. I gave it an 8. I thought it was a hell of a showcase definitely in comparison to the rest. Goes to Yatai, man. I know a lot of people were concerned about it. They didn't know how well they would pull it off. it appears is the Metacritic still 87? Let me see. Ghost of Yatai. Ghost of Yatai Metacritic, yeah, it's still an 87. And when I look at a lot of these reviews where they're a little bit more negative than typical reviews, I'm seeing people say, well, it's like the last game. I'm like, okay. There's a lot of similarities to the last game. Okay. I mean, I understand there being some similarities, but I think if you really played this game and you understand what this game is, and I have less than a dozen hours on this game, and I still understood what the fuck was going on. You know what the game was attempting, and it blew me away just in what I think like 8 hours I had with the fucking game. There are some genres where, to the average eye, let's take Diablo for instance. When you look at Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, if you never played Diablo before, you might say these are the same games. Totally. And not understand where the tweaks in certain gameplay implementation really changes the game drastically. You're just looking from 5,000, you're just looking from a topical view because you really aren't experienced with the game. I really feel like a lot of people that have reviewed this game this time around never really played the first game, didn't understand what was going on, and don't see where just the fact that they went from the stances type thing in Ghost of Tsushima to where the change in your fighting style is based upon the weapons now. I mean, that's big if you actually played the fucking game. And then, like Cold Blood was alluding to, man, there's like what fucking global illumination, 60 frames per second. I mean, this game is going to look significantly better. And if you got a PlayStation 5 Pro, my God. So if you were one of the people that was jumping on the gravy train for Assassin's Creed Shadows, I can't see how you do that and then turn your nose up at Ghost of Yatai. Ghost of Yatai, for all intents and purposes, is the superior game of that type of genre. It just is. The fighting is going to be better. The story is going to be better. Just everything about the game is going to be of equal footing or better. The only thing that Assassin's Creed Shadows might have is a bigger world, which, as we all know, and even me as a fan of open world games, bigger worlds sometimes can mean bloat. So, I mean, you know, again, I can't see how you could have been someone that advocated, purchased Assassin's Creed, and then turn your nose at Ghost of Yatai, which is clearly the superior game. So, matter of fact, I wonder what I think Assassin's Creed Shadows was an 85. Oh no, it was an 81. So Shadows is an 81. I'm not saying that what's it called is a tell-all be-all. But yeah, to be 6 to 7, and I think fairly, I think what we're seeing in the ratings, I think if this was rated more appropriately, I could easily see this being a 9 out of a 10. So we got to see what the user scores are going to be. I really feel like the user scores are going to be 9+ for this game. And the users don't lie. The users don't even listen to these podcasts. They just play the games and be like, oh shit, here, 4 out of 5 stars or 4.5. You know what I'm saying? So I think the best barometer is going to be what the users say. But I'm getting that day one. I'm getting that way. I was still contemplating because I had a lack of time. I was still contemplating when I was going to get Death Stranding. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to get Ghost of Yatai before I get Death Stranding. Cobra, what's your thoughts on the reviews if you can speak to it, or if you're tied up? That's all right. What's your thoughts on the Ghost of Yatai and the review scores?
Shameful. Eurogamer, you are shameful.
Oh yeah.
Disgusting evil.
Yeah.
You say you did not enjoy the first one? The fuck are you reviewing the second one?
Mm-hmm.
Shameful, really.
I agree.
Like a 60?
I agree.
Really?
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, that's one side I ain't ever gonna look up again for any opinion.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
No, but the only thing that I notice really is repetitive side missions, which, it's a fucking open world.
Yeah.
It is what the fuck it is. But the story apparently is better than the first one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's surprising to me.
True, that would be nice.
That's surprising to me. Yep. Here's how I see the reviews too. And again, I hate to drill this point and sound whiny, but I think we're at a paradigm to where we can stop looking at everything as red and blue and just look at what's better to inform gamers. I think what should happen is if you're a gaming outlet, I think before you become an aggregate support, provider on Metacritic, I think one or two things should happen. Number one, I think you should have a 10-point or 100-point rating system. These 5 stars, like, especially if you have a 5-star rating system where you don't do halves, where you only do whole stars, I think you being part of you being heavily weighted, even if they let you join, fine, but I think you should you're waiting in the what's it called, I don't think should go by your readers. Also, when it comes to Eurogamer, I think a large part of their participation is based upon, or their activity is based upon Digital Foundry. I think if Digital Foundry wasn't part of that, they wouldn't be so weighted. So I'm.
Whoa, wait! Isn't Digital Foundry now completely independent?
I think they're still on. I think they still contribute to the site. I think they're independent as far as who owns them. Let me see here. I could be wrong.
No, look, Digital Foundry sold me on the game threefold.
Mm-hmm.
When I watched their review, bro, and looked at the fucking visuals, I was like, oh my god, yes, baby, let's fucking go. That's what I was thinking when September I was watching their review.
Yeah, the last, you could be right. Let me see if Digital Foundry's last video or contribution was September 10th. But when did they announce their independent? I don't know. You could be right.
No, they announced it maybe 2 months ago, 1 month ago.
Okay. So maybe they agreed, even though they're independent, maybe they agreed to do some articles up until such and such time, or maybe they scale back a little bit. I think their independence is basically, who owns them. But I don't know how that's affected their. Yeah, they don't have. I know they have a website, but it looks like that they still heavily rely on Eurogamer. Yeah, I'm just saying that most of their traffic is through Digital Foundry, so I'm thinking, and that's based off of like technical stuff, which is important. But I don't see why Eurogamer, who are the reviewer team of Eurogamer's reviews, because Digital Foundry has nothing to do with their personal reviews. I don't see why they're weighted so much when I think they're heavily lifted by Digital Foundry. You know what I mean? But I think what should happen, what Metacritic should do, which would benefit gamers, is change how they're rating these companies. And based upon their volume, based upon three things: the volume, like what's boosting up their volume. I think in Eurogamer's case, Digital Foundry is getting a large bulk of that volume. So I think Eurogamer's shit should be scaled back, because clearly they have heavy weighting. Because there's only if you look at the Metacritic, bro, how many people? Okay, so you had Game Cute Cult, Gamer.no, Metro Game Central, Video Gamer, Power Unlimited, Games.cz, Radio Times, and Eurogamer. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have only 8 outlets that gave the game, out of 102 reviews, you have 8 outlets that gave the game a 7 or lower. Only 8. So that shows you that the bulk of the weighing down of the score for the the 7 and belows is coming from it's coming from Eurogamer. I think they have too much pull on Metacritic. They need to redo their formula. Also, I would love for Metacritic, because they're killing it in advertisement, especially when it comes to clicks and ad revenue, because the people checking out their shit when games come out. I think they should hire a team that reviews these game sites, and also see if they pull shit like Eurogamer. Like, if I say, for instance, Cold Blood and I, we create a review site, right? And we tell, and on our review site, we say, you know what? We don't like RPGs. We think RPGs are fucking stupid, and they should go the way of the dodo bird. If I'm reviewing an RPG, or Cold Blood's reviewing an RPG, I think that review should have less weight. Like what a review site is supposed to do, like old school GameSpot would do, is they would have everybody designated to a game that fits into a demographic that they would normally play. Because normally, if I'm a racing, if I see a racing game and I'm a racing enthusiast, guess what I'm picking up? A racing game. If I see a racing game and I'm not a racing enthusiast, why the fuck? I'm not picking it up. So why do you want to cater to people that normally wouldn't pick up the thing, unless it's that damn good that people would pick it up? And that's where you have the second opinions. That's what the old school GameSpot used to do. They would have the people that, if I don't normally play Madden, why the fuck am I reviewing Madden? Of course I'm gonna give it a sucky score. But the people that play Madden are the people that review Madden. But if Madden is so good this year that me, the typical RPG player, I love Madden this year, then yeah, there would be a second score. It wouldn't be part of the Metacritic aggregate, because I think people are looking to see how games are being looked at for the type of games that they want to play. People aren't normally on the fence about games they wouldn't play. They're like, that's not my shtick. So Cold Blood and I sit there and say we hate RPGs. I don't think our RPG score should be weighted that much. So if you're sitting there saying, well, I didn't like the first Ghost of Tsushima, and Ghost of Tsushima is a very successful game, had, you know, a heavily sought after IP, potentially game of the year material, and I didn't, you know, if I'm like, I'm impartial to the IP, then I, you know, okay, sure, take my score in, but I should be how I'm weighted. And I would say the same for a Halo game. If I don't like Halo, and I'm coming in and I'm going to rate Halo, you know, the next Halo entry, I don't think my score should be that weighted. If like nobody on my staff likes Halo, and I think that's only fair. And then, or you can penalize their entire review process for not having a well-rounded group of reviewers. I only think that the companies that should be heavily weighted are those that, you know, have large followings. I get that part. But in addition, have a fathomable rating score, one that is more aligned with Metacritic, a 10-point or 100-point rating score. And lastly, those that have a well-rounded approach to reviewing games. I don't put an RPG-only person on fucking Madden. And I hate Madden. I hate it now. You know what I'm saying? Well, no, I don't hate Madden. Madden's okay. I hate 2K. That's what I hate. But I wouldn't, you know, you wouldn't put me on 2K. You wouldn't do that. So get that we should have a 2K person. We don't have a sports gamer. Okay, well then you're not well rounded enough. You shouldn't be heavily weighted on Metacritic. Again, I want to use this episode to say to the gaming community, we got to do this better. We got to think this through a little bit more better, and we got to be a little bit more precise about this shit. And there's just something amiss that Eurogamer. I just don't like them. It's not that they don't agree with me. I just when you look at Eurogamer's reviews, I don't think that how they approach reviews are general enough with the games that they're reviewing. Like the things that they're looking at, I don't think they benefit the average gamer enough to where they should be weighted so high. Like, I don't agree with all of GameSpot's scores. I don't agree with IGN scores. But I don't think how they're looking at games are as lopsided as Eurogamer. I don't think Eurogamer deserves the accolades that they get when it comes to reviews at all. At all. We got Ron Slusher that just joined the channel.
Ron is here only to fuck around, probably.
Oh yeah. He's here to. Ron was speaking of waffling. Ron, 1 minute he's a PlayStation fanboy, next minute he's an Xbox fanboy. I don't know what he is this month. We'll see what he is this quarter.
Switch fan, man.
Yeah, he's a Switch fan. Oh shit, he's Neo Geo and shit. Devil Shooter says that Trucknet, I love you. Need to bring up 10+ year irrelevant shit to try to damage control what is happening now. That's how I know you know I'm right. Oh God. And who knows what they will do with PlayStation 6's bad track record. Here's the thing. Talk about backwards compat. Trucknet, here's what I'll say to that. And do I think backwards compat is cool? Yeah, I think backwards compat is cool. And I think the PlayStation 5, it didn't have it at launch, but it moved in a direction to where it supported more and more and more PlayStation 4 games. And the PlayStation 3 was very complicated to do backwards compat with because of the cell processor. That was their goof, but it was what it was. And I think they have a viable solution with allowing those PlayStation 3 games to be available in the PlayStation Plus service. Okay. Just what they have, like thousands of them from what I understand. If my memory serves me, they have like a shit ton of PlayStation 3 games in there, I believe. Or it just could be backwards compat games altogether, right? So, with that said, it was an Xbox exec who revealed that gamers generally don't, the average gamer does not generally care about backwards compat. They don't buy, and he said they don't buy a new console to play backwards compat. You know that, right, Trucknet? It was an Xbox exec that said that. While that Xbox exec was still around, the lead between PlayStation and Xbox that generation, PlayStation was only ahead like 1.2 to 1. It was a neck and neck race. So I think backwards compat is cool, but it's an overstated necessity. Because people don't buy new consoles to play old games. Xbox tried to move forward with that mantra, and they basically made the Series S as a mid-gen refresh of a mid-gen refresh. It just was a 1080p 60 version, or it was a 1440p version of the Xbox One X. And you see how that has boded for the platform or for the console this generation. It was a 1440p 60 version of the Xbox One X. And it you know, it needed public assistance to play games this generation. So we saw how well that worked. Juice says, my backlog of games I need to play that I bought already is insane this year. Only Xbox don't buy games need backwards compatibility to play the old shit they've already bought. Yeah. It was even an Xbox exec that came out and said, people don't buy new consoles to play old games. Like that's a niche approach. It's something that's talked about on the internets and the YouTubes, and it doesn't mean anything holistically. Most gamers, they play the game, they beat it, they're done with it if it's an old generation game. That's why remakes and remasters see the success that they do, because until they get dusted off and polished up again, gamers in generally are done with them. So yeah, I think Devil Shooter and Juice are spot on with that. Yeah, so when it comes to PlayStation, I think a great week for them. Still don't trust them as far as we can throw them. My only warning to you guys is don't fall for the okie doke. Don't fall for that. Oh, they're not pursuing multi-plat anymore. No, they just removed all we know. I'll put it like this. All we know is that they removed the line item from public viewing. That doesn't mean they're not pursuing it anymore. Keep pulling on the rope until they fall into the water and they have to give up and give in. But we're getting closer and closer. You guys are doing a phenomenal job. Your voices matter. Keep it up. Keep it up. All right, last but certainly not least, let's talk about Cold Blood's favorite console or device, whatever the fuck you want to call it, the Switch 2. And I want to say this. Shout out to Snow Bunny. Snow Bunny, I love you. I wish you were here so you can answer for these Switch crimes. So let's talk about it, y'all. Let's see if I can find it. Let's close that out. Here we go. Borderlands 4 for Switch 2 has been delayed indefinitely due to performance issues. All pre-orders will be canceled and refunded automatically. Womp, womp, womp. So even though we're seeing this has happened, we're still seeing shit like this. This is where I need answers from the Nintendo community. So this is from the Tin God. Stupidly dense fanboys. He's not talking about himself, apparently. I want you guys to listen to this logic. Quote, Borderlands 4 Switch 2 got delayed. Can it even handle this game? Switch 2 would melt running this game. There's no way the game is remotely playable on Switch 2 with how awful it runs on other PS5, Xbox, and PC. And then he shows someone playing at somewhere of a vertical slice of the game. Powerful reality. And then when you scroll through this, you see the denseness come to light. I've heard many things about the Switch 2. Cold Blood and I talked about how there was concerns that the Switch 2 would hold back gaming because it's going to be the least powerful console out there trying to play current gen games. And I think that was a fathomable concern. But even with that, even with the apparent ceiling that had to be lowered in order to get these games on Switch 2, and I get that they have their own DLSS technology or whatever. It's not enough. It's not good enough. Or at least it's not good enough now. If that wasn't bad enough, you have what I think is clear in these rebuttals that I'm seeing from Switch 2 enthusiasts. They don't get it. This machine is not more capable than the PlayStation 5, the Xbox Series X, hell, even the Series S. It's not more capable. Is it cool if fans of the Switch consoles feel like it's enough of an upgrade for them and their expectations of the Switch? Yes. But I wouldn't even waste my efforts going back and forth with those on PC, on Xbox, on PlayStation about this, because from a performance standpoint, you guys don't belong at the big boys table. I'm sorry. You don't. Is this thing selling like gangbusters? Absolutely. So we can talk about, your sales and align them with mobile game sales that go crazy too. Absolutely. You own that discussion. Because let's be real here. If the Nintendo Switch, if all of their sales were accounted for in NPD, there would be nothing but Nintendo games on NPD. Totally understand it. Maybe Call of Duty, maybe Fortnite would sneak up in there. Maybe. Totally understand it. But from a performance standpoint, stay out of that discussion, and you guys prove how ignorant you are to performance. This is a vertical slice. That is a section of the game that was taken and fine-tuned. This is an open world game. This doesn't represent the entire open. Let me give you a prime example. And my brother Cold Blood pointed it out properly. When I first started playing Borderlands on GFN, I was like, hey, look, man, I'm getting 80 frames per second. That was a vertical slice of the game in a controlled area. It was not the open world environment. Once I got into the open world environment, my achievable frames per second with the same settings hovered between 60 and 70. You Nintendrones, y'all don't understand that. You're looking at a vertical slice of the game where the game is processing a lot less behind the scenes. And that's why you're seeing this small portion of the game being played with no issues. Apparently the system can't handle the game. Hence why the entire game, the thing that you're going to buy, has been indefinitely delayed, and you were given your pre-orders back. If the system was able to handle the game as it is today, you wouldn't have got your pre-orders back, because Gearbox can't guarantee they're going to fix the problem. This is not a discussion that you're geared for. If I'm a Nintendo, I'm sticking only to sales. Opposite of sales, shut the hell up. Shut up. A vertical slice of the game does not determine or prove the platform's capability of playing said game. If what was said in this tweet was true, the game would have not been indefinitely suspended, and your pre-orders of all things would have not been refunded. Shut the hell up. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Here's my question for Cold Blood. Cold Blood. In seeing that Borderlands 4, and again, the problem with Borderlands 4 is that if you want to crank everything up and play at 60 frames per second, the performance out of the gate was embarrassing, even if you had a top-of-the-line card. That's bad. But it doesn't mean that if you scaled everything back and made the game look like Borderlands 3 or even Borderlands 2, that you shouldn't be able to get a smooth 30 frames per second, right? Because that's what I'm guessing the game would be on the Switch. And the fact that they can't even achieve that, they can't even guarantee that, speaks more to the Switch, in my opinion, than it does Borderlands 4.
Well, I would agree with you if the other consoles weren't fucked up as they are.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, since they got a memory leak issue,
Yeah.
that is almost the most unacceptable thing you can launch a game with.
Yeah.
This is some early access bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can play for half an hour and your fucking FPS is gonna steadily drop down.
Yeah.
What the fuck? How did that get through quality control? In my opinion, brother, this is not the Switch fault. This is Gearbox being fucking dumb as hell. Launching this shit when it's not ready. Clearly not ready. For nothing. Not for PC, not for PlayStation, not for fucking Xbox. And for damn sure not no Switch. I mean, I'm glad they at least said, yeah, your pre-orders are gonna be refunded. Oh my god, it would have been so much worse if they said no. We'd keep the pre-orders until we release it at some point. That'd be some shit.
Here's good. I didn't want to interrupt you if you were still going.
No, like I said, this game not launching on the Switch. Sure, it's a fucking piece of shit. Very weak. But I give Gearbox most of the blame here because this is unacceptable what they launched. That's why I still don't have a Borderlands 4. I ain't playing this shit until they really fix the game.
Yeah, I'm playing it on GeForce Now, and even though I expect more frames, I'm not experiencing any more hiccups. Like I can put on DLSS quality, and juice everything up and get I'm averaging like anywhere between 68 to 71 frames. All right, and this is Borderlands for crying out loud.
You are on a 5080. No, and this motherfucker looks like a game from the PS3 era.
No, I'm not on the 5080.
Are you fucking?
I'm not. I'm still
4080 doesn't matter, brother. The 4080, 5080 ain't that much of a difference there, bro. Legit, you should be over 180 fucking FPS in this game, at any settings. It's a shame.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying that Gearbox didn't definitely fuck up and they shouldn't have released this game early. I'm not absolving them of any problems. I will say I see what they did where problems are arising and why they shouldn't have released the game is earlier than they had planned to. When my stream, if you look at the game has it looks totally different. Well, I don't want to say total. It looks significantly different from Borderlands 3. Now it's an upgrade. You can see the textures behind the cell shading and like, okay, I see what they were doing here. This is a significant visual upgrade. And maybe my streams, because I'm trying to get my settings together, don't show it, but it is a significant visual upgrade. Or maybe what people are doing because they're playing in performance mode, you can't see it. But what I have experienced is that if you bump a lot, if you take the game down significantly in its textures and stuff like that, you can get a smooth experience. Which, to your point, it's a Borderlands game. It shouldn't take all that in order to get a smooth experience. My argument is even with all those problems that are not deniable, and Gearbox did fuck some things up. Even when you strip this game down to its bare minimum, clearly the game still isn't playable on the Switch. And so therefore the argument where I think everywhere else, if you strip it down to the bare minimum, you still will get good performance on the base PlayStation 5. You'll get good performance on the Series X. I think you'll get playable performance on the Series S. It's not even playable if you strip it down on the Switch 2. And that just proves to where even with a bad port, where you could blame a lot of it on the bad port, I still don't think the Switch 2 it is in the same discussion even with the Series S. So I see what they did. They tried to upgrade a lot of the textures behind the cell shading. That's adding to it too. You know what I'm saying? It is significantly better visually when you look at those textures behind the cell shading. And I'm curious to see what the game looks like without the cell shading. I'm interested to see if someone creates a realistic mod and just removes that cell shading. I think it's hard to see in a lot of the stream because I'm guessing what a lot of people is doing is they're playing in a performance mode, which you can't tell all that, but. My personal opinion, you bump all this stuff down, which you're going to get, you're truly, if you bump everything down, you're truly getting a Borderlands 3 looking game. Okay, fine. I don't think you should expect more than that on the Switch 2. And the Switch 2 can't even give you that. So, Old Man Gaming Guru said, I haven't experienced the memory leak. I'm at 55 hours. Yeah, I think what a lot of people have done, and it depends on when you started playing. I think they've made some updates. I'm not sure because I'm not playing on console. I think they've made some updates that addresses that. I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to be lying. He says, oh, didn't say that about Game Science last year with Black Myth Wukong. It was all Series S fault, right? Oh, Trucknet. Look at the Xbox version of the game. Again, yeah, I totally look at what that Game Science did on the console level and how they fucked up frame gen. Absolutely. It wasn't, but come on now. Look at the Xbox and particularly the Series S. I think the Series X is only is problematic because of the parity. You know, for the fact that, you know, on the development side and the GDK side, that the Series S has to be part of that. I don't think if it wasn't for the Series S on the GDK side, that the Series X would be so bottlenecked. So no, I don't. That's not a fathomable argument at all. Gold Man Gaming Guru says, I agree. Lighting particle effects, amount of enemies, draw distance, and more. Yeah, it is. It is. I was impressed with the underlying textures. I'm going to say this though, even though with the underlying textures and the fact that I'm on the 4080 and not the 5080, because it's not like a 1v1 match with the 5080. They use the term 5080 as a marketing term. You're getting a lot of server side stuff. You're getting significant upgrades on the server side to where I'm hoping that the people that have the 5080 upgrade, they're seeing in the open world, they're seeing 80 plus frames per second on quality mode. I should be seeing that on the 4080 side. I'm not saying it's graphically intense. Those textures are like they're up there with the greatest graphical, but it is a significant upgrade. Even with the significant upgrades, I should easily get 80 plus frames per second. I'll give you an example. Atomfall, even though it's a AA game, visually it looks AAA. Atomfall is one of the best looking games, one of the better looking games. I won't say best, but one of the better looking games this gen. I think it's more graphic. I think graphically it looks better than Borderlands 3. I know there's probably global illumination technology that's more intense in Borderlands 3. The water in Borderlands 3 was impressive. I was like, oh, holy shit, they really went in on the water. Everybody going in on the water. But Atomfall to me has a lot more going on the visual side. So there's no excuse why. And I'm getting, I crank everything up on Atomfall and I'm getting close to like 90 plus frames per second on the 4080 tier. I can't see why I'm not getting that on Borderlands 4. So yeah, it's definitely Gearbox definitely fucked up somewhere. I totally agree there, but I think that the I don't think they fucked up enough to where if you bump the game down significantly and make it look like Borderlands 3, it will run smooth enough on the fucking Series S. It not being able to run on the Switch 2 with everything bumped down, I think is a testament to, in my opinion, more that the Switch 2 doesn't belong in these discussions. Now, if what happened was, and I'll pause for this, and I'll retract for this. If we discover that it did run comparable to the Series S on the Switch 2, but Nintendo said, you know what? We don't accept this. We think it should run better. Then I'll say, okay. Now, I get it. I'll take that back. But if it was just simply because they couldn't get it to run in a playable state at all on the Switch 2, so therefore they were forced to take it back. You know, they couldn't even get it at the Series S level on the Switch 2, you know. Then I'm like, nope. It sucks. Borderlands 4 is from Gearbox. It's not from Take-Two. Take-Two didn't develop Borderlands 4 TruckNet. What are we doing here, man? It is later in the afternoon, so maybe you're enjoying the cocktail. He says GTA 5 didn't launch with great performance on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. GTA 6 next year will be very interesting on this generation of consoles. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see, and I'm interested to see how it performs on the Pro. But yeah, I think your statement. I see where you were landing that. But yeah, it has nothing to do with Take-Two. I think it's Gearbox. It's Gearbox being stupid. I don't know why they launched this early. They clearly shouldn't have launched it early. Maybe they were trying to separate themselves from Ghost of Yatai. Maybe that's what concerned them. I don't know. So, all right, y'all. Chat, do y'all have any final comments before we get out of here? It is. Hold on 1 second. Oh, shut up, kitty. Just grabbing my phone. I wanted to make sure. See if I got any messages. Nope. Okay. All right. Do we have any comments from the chat? What does the chat think about this? Also, we had 2 polls. Let me see if I can find the results of the other poll. The first poll was, do you think that the Xbox Rog Ally will help substantially grow the PC handheld market? 82% of you said no. 18% of you said yes, and that's with 72 votes. And Andrew Wilkins said, for those of you, the 18% that said yes, let's do the math. Let's just see how many numbskulls. No, let me stop. How many people voted yes? So about 13 of y'all voted yes out of the 72. And so now we have another poll where we asked you guys, how did you rank the PlayStation? I'm going to end that poll. How did you rank the PlayStation State of Play? And with 29 votes, great. 38% of y'all ranked it great and gave it a B. 31% said it was excellent and gave it an A. 24% said it was good and gave it a C. And 7% of you said it was meh and gave it a D. I want to do one more poll before we get out of here. Who do you blame? Who do you blame for? Who do you blame who do you blame for the delay of BL4 on Switch 2? Gearbox, Switch 2, both, but more Gearbox, both, but more Switch 2. Start that poll. Let us know. Who do you blame for the delay of Borderlands 4 on Switch 2? Let us know. Says, what do you think? Trucknet says, all right, it's question time. Come on, we're answering questions. Trucknet asks, what do you think about the PlayStation 5 professionals' bad performance games performing PS5, basically saying the games that perform worse on the PlayStation 5 Pro than the base PlayStation 5 and having to wait for PSSR upgrade 2 years later. Is this acceptable? No, I don't think it's acceptable, but here's what I think. Who do I blame? First and foremost, I do blame PlayStation for allowing someone to have a PlayStation Pro tag when the game is poorly optimized on the PlayStation 5 Pro and if it performs worse. Do I think that's an overall indictment of the PlayStation 5 Pro? Absolutely not. I do think that portion is unacceptable, but it's not an overall indictment on the PlayStation 5 Pro when you look at the numbers, less than 8% of the games fall under that realm. Now, if the game that you really wanted to play on the Pro is part of that 8%, then yeah, it's bad. That's why I said it's unacceptable. And I think, and I'm glad you brought that up, Trucknet. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm gonna answer that question. That was a great question. Hold on. I'm glad to see you put down your drink. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, Trucknet, great question. I want to put that up there again. I really like that question. I really do. Can I pin it? Yeah, I want to pin this question up here because I want it to stay. Here's what I think, Trucknet. And why isn't it showing it? I want this question to be seen. Hold on. Where do I go? Do I go here? How come I can't? Here we go. Here's what I think, Trucknet. I do think it's unacceptable. I blame PlayStation mostly for that because PlayStation is the final Q&A before it goes out the door. I think what PlayStation was trying to do is Mark Cerny and company was saying to themselves, even the bad implementation, just put it out there for the fact that so the machine learning can be trained. I don't think that's an acceptable approach because if these were games that were, if these were beta versions, like, hey, this game isn't fully approved to be PlayStation 5 Pro enhanced, but they're working on it. Here, you want to try out the beta? That would be different. But for the sake of just having X amount of games PlayStation 5 Pro approved, and you're allowing them to get that sticker, I think that was absurd. I think that was ridiculous. I think that was bad. That was horrible. Let me do this. Story. Let's say question. Q and A session. So I think that was real bad of them to do that. Here's what I will also say though. Why? Oh, no. Ah, crap. Hold on. Q&A session. All right, close. Let's put that up there like that. Oh, holy cow, that looks trash. We got to make that bigger. Position, scale. Okay, there we go. So yeah, that's who I put most of the blame on. Were there lazy devs? Absolutely. Treyarch of all people proved that to deal with those issues that people were experiencing, all it took, it only took Treyarch a day to deal with that issue. And I think it was a denoiser issue that people were running into. So yeah, the poor implementation on the PlayStation 5 Pro, that first rests at the feet of PlayStation. And then I would say the developers, but does that make, is it like a zero-sum game? Is it one or the other? The PlayStation is 5 Pro, the PlayStation 5 Pro is good or bad because 8% of the games were bad? No, PlayStation mishandled it. And I think they've rectified the problem. How did they rectify the problem? I'm gonna show you how they rectified the problem, which I think people are exposing themselves as just being haters of PlayStation. Shout out to Zuby Tech for this. So there was the guy Synth Potato who, again, I don't understand our penchant of people following somebody who clearly doesn't do their research. I like to be educated, and I hate calling people out like this, but damn it, you know, when are you going to stop wanting to be misinformed? And so I don't follow this guy Synth Potato because I don't feel like that they do enough research on the shit that they put out there. So Synth Potato was like, well, damn, PlayStation 5 Pro ain't worth it. You know, we got games coming out that don't have the Pro sticker. We got Dying Like the Beast. We got Silent Hill F. We got Borderlands 4 that don't have the Pro sticker. PlayStation 5 Pro ain't worth it. All right, here's the thing. All three of those games that were named, the Pro is significantly better on those consoles. And let's take the game that I think spawned his tweet, Dying Like the Beast. Let's talk about it. Dying Like the Beast resolutions. Let's go over this, right? Let's talk about it. Dying Like the Beast on PlayStation 5 base. The performance mode is 1920 by 1080p. It dips to 728 by 972p. Okay, all right. Quality mode. It's not native 4K, but it gets, you know, fairly close. 3072p by 1728p, and it dips to 2880p to 1620p. Xbox Series X, same numbers for performance and quality mode. Now let's go to PlayStation 5 Pro, where in the performance mode, it's 2280p by 1512p and dips to 2240p to 1260p. In performance mode, it's almost a native 1440p. That is significantly higher to its floor on the performance modes on the base. Significantly higher. Let's go to quality mode. Quality mode, it's native 4K. And it dips to 3456p by 1944p. That dip is higher than its ceiling on the base model. What are we talking about here? This is without a sticker. So apparently, to justify getting a sticker, they weren't there yet. Doesn't mean that a Pro patch isn't coming. They're just not there yet. But still, if I have a PlayStation 5 Pro, I'm getting significantly better performance without the sticker. So my question to you all, it's a synth potato, is what is it the fuck you want? Do you want people frivolously getting stickers that don't get it, that don't deserve it? Or do you want to know that even if they're getting a sticker or not, you're getting the best performance, significantly the best performance with the PlayStation 5 Pro? I want the latter. Even if the Pro Enhanced version that gives me quality mode at 60 frames per second, even if that comes later, at least at launch, give me a significantly better version. That's what the fuck we're getting here. What is Synth Potato talking about? What is he talking about? Cold Blood had to inform me of Silent Hill F. He can chime in on this. Silent Hill F. They were doing all that barking and whining with Digital Foundry. Someone else pointed out on Twitter that Digital Foundry is just known to be extra picky. He has a game. He's playing it on a Pro. You know, Cold Blood ain't going to cap because he shitted all over the Silent Hill remake on the Pro. He got into it with Corey Massey about that in the chat.
No. Wait. Digital Foundry pointed out some flaws in the game that are there. So don't get it wrong.
No, I'm not saying that.
But most of the game doesn't play in that area where they showed it off. That's the issue. So really, you got maybe a few minutes in the beginning where you're gonna see fucking grass strobing and shit. But afterwards, bro, you don't see nothing like this. It runs smoothly for most of the game. Like there's one area that is bad, like really bad, like PC bad, like with micro status, but everything else, bro, runs perfectly fine.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like for Synth Potato's tweet, the thing that he was like, look, these games that'll come out, they're not even Pro Enhanced. What's the point of the Pro? Huh? They're still significantly better than the base models. Ain't that what we want? Don't we want the game to be better significantly on the Pro with or without a sticker? But what we really want, when we see that sticker, we want to know that the game is going to have the best of both worlds. It's going to have performance mode visuals. It's going to have quality mode visuals, with performance mode frames. And they're not there yet. And that's okay. This is what, a $50, $60 game. It's not a full-fledged AAA game. Hopefully they get there. Borderlands, even though I say Borderlands has some significant texture quality that's been added versus older Borderlands games, it's still Borderlands, for crying out loud. And I'm willing to bet that it's this, from what I'm hearing, it's a significantly visually better version of the game. You just heard from Cold Blood on Silent Hill F. So my question to Sith, what is it that you want? Do you want people to frivolously put the sticker on there when it's not ready? Or do you want to know that you're getting the best version of the game with the Pro and they're not frivolously putting the sticker out there? So when they do add the PSSR enhancements or the PlayStation 5 Pro enhancements, they are what we expect them to be. Quality combined with performance. What is it that you want? Now, Trucknet, I see your comment. You're saying you're being disingenuous, bruh. You put that up. Now put up Metal Gear Solid. What is Metal Gear? Number one, Metal Gear Solid.
Well, I can talk about that.
Go ahead,
I can talk about that. It runs very good, actually. Because I got the two. I don't know what about Metal Gear Solid is wrong. It runs perfectly fine on a Pro.
And I'm guessing and someone correct me if I'm wrong, it runs better than the base models, right?
I don't know about the frame rates. I can tell you. Like, I don't have a fucking testing station to look at the frames. All I know is I can play the game just fine. For me, it runs 60, maybe sometimes dips a little bit under 60, but goddamn, what game doesn't these days?
Number one, you're misstating when you say the promised quality at 60. They at every game. That is a lie. You're lying. You're lying. They never said that. They said the goal of the PlayStation 5 Pro is to give gamers the best of both. Well, they never said it would apply to every single game. As a matter of fact, as Mark Cerny was talking about it, he clearly suggested that there's going to be games to where there's going to be enhancements to the quality mode versus the other modes. And me and Cold Blood was not debating, but we were debating in the chat about that, if that should be acceptable, that you get a sticker if the quality and the performance modes are not meshed together. So we knew that from the beginning. You're lying, bruh. There's no other way to describe it, but you lying. And when you say worse than the base PlayStation 5, what's worse? Worse in what regards? And here's what I will say about Konami. Konami has had a poor track record. And PlayStation has had a poor track record with them as far as allowing them to have the Pro Enhanced sticker on their games. When there was shimmying and stuff like that, that was an issue on the Pro, when it wasn't an issue on the base models. Again, less than 8% of the games have had that issue. That's a developer thing. Because Treyarch, the company that the developers that belong to your favorite company, showed you that all it took was a day to get rid of that issue. On clearly a more demanding game in Call of Duty. So,
wait, did you just say Call of Duty is more demanding than Silent Hill 2?
Then the remake?
Yeah.
You don't think that even the campaign is?
No, absolutely not. First of all, the engine that Activision is using is fucking ancient at this point. So it had optimizations done like 20 years ago on that motherfucker. Silent Hill 2, I think it runs on Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine is way more demanding, brother. Way more demanding.
He says lower resolution, lower FPS, blurry picture, pull it up. Don't believe me, show your audience the evidence. Let's play devil's advocate. Let's say that you're right. We currently have one game from one developer currently active on the PlayStation 5 Pro. We have one game from one developer where that has happened. You're lying. Many games perform worse. That's a lie. That is a lie. You had, even in its worst iteration, you had 8% of the games that had issues. And of that 8%, maybe there were like 3 or 4 games that, perform worse. I think that it was one of the, it was like a handful of games that perform worse. That's a lie. You're lying. I'm telling you, this is Boomstick's account. You're lying, Trucknet. Stop lying. I'm gonna give you that because I haven't looked at Metal Gear Solid. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I'm gonna say that you're right about that one, which I'm likely gonna find that you're wrong about that one because it was probably like that at launch and it's been patched since then, probably. But let's play devil's advocate and say that you're right. That's one game from a developer that's known to have had development issues on with the Pro. Where's your evidence that there's many games? You're lying. The evidence, count the games where Digital Foundry said there were issues, compare them to the number of games that were out at the time, and you get 8%. It's math. That's my evidence, is math.
You know, he is referencing a video done before the fixed patch came.
Yeah, yeah.
Now that the big ass patch came out for Metal Gear, that game looks beautiful.
That's what I'm saying.
And runs very good.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Trucknet he's lying his ass off. You ain't look, man. There's something we used to say in the streets, man. You ain't got a lot to kick it, bro. You ain't got a lot to hang out here. You ain't got a lot to kick it. And I'm even giving him that the games at launch did have issues. They had issues that the base models didn't have. It was less than 8%. We did the math here. At the time, there were over 100 Pro enhanced games. We counted the games that Digital Foundry pointed out had the issues. It was less than 8%. That's the proof. Math. Do the math. Go to the games when they were out. Look at how many games were out at that time. Count them. The actual Digital Foundry, the ones that Digital Foundry said had issues. You wouldn't know because you don't have a Pro. You wouldn't know unless somebody told you. So count them up. Do a percentage. You'll come up with less than 8%. Yeah, you are lying. I'm gonna look it up. And you're being told right now, I'm still gonna give you the benefit of the doubt about Metal Gear Solid, but there's been patches out there. So in all likelihood, you're lying about Metal Gear Solid now as well. Now, if your argument is at launch, they shouldn't launch that way, I'm gonna say at launch, they shouldn't have the Pro sticker. But we can't speak to what a developer does. If a developer does a half-ass job for a piece of hardware, that's on them. You're hyper-focused on one game that probably, I will give you the benefit of the doubt, which I'm probably going to be wrong on. That's the only thing I'm going to be wrong on, is giving you the benefit of the doubt. You're basing on one game the entirety of the PlayStation 5 Pro. That's disingenuous. I admit it. PlayStation 5 Pro stickers should not go out to games that have said issues. And I admit it. That is PlayStation's fault. Does that collaboratively make the PlayStation 5 Pro a failure? Absolutely not. Because the majority of the games, the overwhelming majority of the games, were fine at launch. And when you look at how they perform today, the overwhelming majority of the games, you're talking less than 1% now, the overwhelming majority of the games run better on the Pro. You're hyper fixated on possibly one game. Yeah. What he's saying, C-Fresh, is that they're performing worse on the Pro. So what he's going to do is he's going to come back with a list that is outdated because it's based upon games that performed worse on the Pro at launch, which is a handful. It's a handful of games. We already had the debate here and we already did the math. That's what happens when you what happens when you listen to Boomstick all day and you lose. He says Cerny literally said that he saw no problem with the performance of the PlayStation 5 at 60 frames per second, so he chose not to improve the CPU. He does not guarantee better performance himself, but we will see with GTA. What are you talking about? Number one, that has nothing to do with the discussion at hand. You see, you're trying to pivot to try to find some way to make the PlayStation 5 Pro look bad. The overwhelming, answer this question. The overwhelming majority. Are you arguing? Let me ask you this question. Are you arguing? Because this will put an end to this. Are you arguing that I'll even throw you a bag. Are you arguing that 95% of the PlayStation 5 Pro games do not perform better than the base model? Is that what you're arguing? That's question number one. Are you arguing that 95% of the base games, even though it's actually 99%, I'm even going to throw you about 95% of the base games on the PlayStation 5 Pro perform better on the PlayStation 5 Pro perform better than the base games? Is that what you're arguing? He's all over the place. What are you arguing, Trucknet? What is the percentage that you're saying of games on the PlayStation 5 Pro underperform the base? Because we'll put it into it right now. Tell me the percentage. He is truly all over the place. No. Because you can have situations where if a game is CPU heavy, say for instance I get a new GPU for a PC, but my game is CPU heavy. Now you admitted that they didn't make improvements to the CPU on the PlayStation 5 Pro. So I get a new GPU, I get a new GPU. My CPU is the same. Somebody with a lower GPU runs into less bottlenecks than me because of how the game is optimized. Does that mean that my GPU could be $500 more? Is the GPU then trash, or is it how the game was optimized? If that's your theory, then PC gaming, you're saying that PC gaming is trash. I could have a $500 more expensive GPU in my thing, but because the game is CPU bottleneck, somebody with a lesser GPU can run into less bottlenecks than me. I didn't say same box. I did not say same box. If a game is CPU restrictive, if I upgrade myself with a higher GPU, is that game with the higher GPU, or is that unit with the higher GPU, does that make the GPU trash? No. You're trying to obfuscate from the fact that it doesn't matter if they increase the GPU. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter how more expensive the GPU is if the game is CPU bottlenecked. What does that have to do with the unit? What does that have to do with the unit?
Man, can we get someone in here, talk some sense into his ass?
Now he
don't want to talk to us, brother.
Yeah,
He just want to argue with us.
Exactly.
he needs someone from the green side telling him how much of a stupid narrative that is that he's trying to push here.
It boggles me that earlier he said, "You guys can't admit when you don't hold a PlayStation accountable for anything." So we held PlayStation accountable, but to him, holding PlayStation accountable is not looking at the numbers holistically. It's just they did one bad thing, throw the baby out with the bathwater. We're talking about less than 1% of how the games are optimized. We're talking about one game. And we're possibly not even talking about one game because there's been patches since then. We're talking about how one game performs possibly on the unit. And so the PlayStation 5 Pro is unenjoyable. It's a sham. That's the theory that he wants to run with. In every which way, he can't escape the ridiculousness of his argument. So then he tried to, where did he try to go? Then he tried to go and misconstrue what Cerny said. The fact of the matter is that the PlayStation 5 Pro is the best way to play your games. Are there hiccups at launch at times? Sure. That's on the developer. It's less than 1%.
Well, all he wants to hear is the Series X is more powerful.
Exactly.
That's all he wants to hear, all the damn time.
Exactly. He says, if you have the same setup, same CPU, and get more powerful GPU, how do you get better performance on the lesser GPU, even with bad optimization, same series of cards? What are you saying? Is everything the same within the PlayStation 5 Pro? Is every piece of hardware in the Pro the same in the Pro versus the base model? I don't even think the CPU is exactly the same.
No, it's actually just a little bit more powerful than the
exactly
base PS5.
So you still have to configure your software. This I do know. I'm not a game programmer, but as someone that set up servers, you still have to optimize your software to the hardware that's in there, even if the hardware is quote unquote more powerful. There could be configurations in the software that could run into issues with the quote unquote more powerful hardware. They're not exactly the same. So there could be some certain things in the software that'll get bottlenecked if you don't optimize it to work proficiently with the upgraded hardware. But if you don't know how computer systems run, you can't understand that concept. So it is not the exact same. So they could have designed. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Cold Blood.
Mods. Can we hear from some people that aren't deranged fanboys of Xbox?
Exactly. Yeah. It's just
read some other comments, bro. I'm begging you. I can no longer stomach his shit, bro.
Yeah, it's
that's
stupid.
Too much.
It's stupid. It's you're going that hard to try to discredit the whole PlayStation 5 Pro. It's stupid. We get the better version of the games. I'm sorry, we do. And the Series X sucks. And their answer to you is to give you a more expensive handheld that performs weaker. You need to talk about that. Anybody else has any more questions? Let's see here. He says he be up there holding PS accountable. Found you again, buddy. Yeah, right. He ain't holding nothing accountable. He's trying to make his own ulterior motive. Do you guys have any other questions before we get out of here? Doc Dark said, we got Doc Dark in the chat. Doc Dark says, I'm a reasonable Xbox fan with the question. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, right. Let's hear from Doc. Yeah, we still on, Sean. You should hop in the chat so you can answer for these Nintendo Switch crimes. Yeah, let's hear Doc's question. Dear Lord.
Is this an Xbox? That's gonna be the question.
Let's hear Doc's question. I gotta hear this stuff. I won't swear. I won't swear because you just came out of church. Let's hear this. What did Nintendo do wrong? What did they do right? He said it's an Xbox MM. What the handheld, the Xbox Ally Rog handheld? Well, if Xbox is being reduced to a button, then I guess it is an Xbox. Are you proud of that? That's my question to you. Are you proud of Xbox being reduced to a button? Because the capabilities as far as the UI and stuff like that, that's coming to all the ROG allies. So if you're proud of Xbox being reduced to a button, then okay, it's an Xbox. If it quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, is it a duck? Laugh out loud. Hey, if the duck goes quack, but the thing that's supposed to be a duck goes quick, it goes meow. I don't know. I mean, you can't do, here's what I will say. Xbox is associated in the way that people are debating about to a console. It's not an Xbox console, right? But guess who runs the company? Not Phil Spencer, Satya Nadella. So when we were telling y'all that Satya Nadella was going third party and he wasn't talking about Activision and y'all denied it, he himself said, we are redefining what you consider an Xbox. He has that say so. So you get no argument out of me. If an Xbox is a button, then the Xbox is a button. My question is, for all of you that are like, hey, look, it's an Xbox, are you guys happy that Xbox has been reduced to a button? You're not getting any argument out of me. Satya Nadella, the CEO of the company, said they're redefining what you call an Xbox. If he brought up a bunch of pistachio shells and said, you know what, this is an Xbox, who is any of us to say it's not an Xbox? It is what it is. That's like when Blockbuster went out of business and they stopped selling movie rentals in store, and they just started trying to do with what was that? What Redbox was doing. We couldn't say, oh no, that's not Blockbuster. This is Blockbuster. No, Blockbuster changed its uniform. Now it became a failing online service. So if Xbox is now a failing button on ROG devices, then who am I to argue with it? Satya Nadella said so. Doc, I want to see you the new Xbox. The new Xbox is a button. Do you like buttons, Doc? If Satya says it, hey, if you like it, I love it. He says Xbox is embracing PC. Xbox has been embracing PCs since 2016. That hasn't changed. They've been day and date on PCs since 2016. That hasn't changed, brother. The only thing that has changed is Xbox is now considering anything that has its Xbox button on it an Xbox. Whether it's a digital button that goes on your system tray, or a physical button that goes on a Rog Ally. That's what determines an Xbox now. That's the only thing that's changed. They've been embracing PC. I was one of the beta testers when they were doing the streaming from your Xbox console to your PC. They've been embracing PC. That hasn't changed anything. The only thing that's changed is now what they are calling an Xbox, whether it has that digital button on your sys tray or a physical button on the device. I'm not mad. It's called Resolve, Doc. I think you're projecting. You're projecting. I'm not mad. I think you're mad that Xbox has now resigned themselves to a button. They've siloed themselves to a button, and to be honest, they're fighting a harder fight than they were against PlayStation and Nintendo. I think you're mad. So I'm gonna frisbee that back to you. They are not going to beat Steam. They are going to lose to the Steam OS. And then after they lose to Steam OS, Satya is going to be like, shut this down. Shut it down. Damn it, shut it down. Hey, it's their company. They can do what they want with it. Game Pass was good while it lasted. He said, no, you buy one. No, hey, look, brother, it's your cash. You can do what you want. I think it's a sham for what Xbox gamers, the general Xbox gamer, want. For someone like yourself who doesn't mind spending $1,100 on for spending $1,100 on something that generally performs worse than its console counterpart. That makes you, if you feel happy about that, if you like it, I love it. I feel bad for those that thought that this was going to be more in line with the legacy Xbox experience. I feel bad for those that thought that this was going to come in less pricier. I feel bad for them, and how bad I feel for them cuts off at a certain point, because the writing was on the wall. Nobody should be shocked about these prices, but it is what it is. Why would I be? That would be like me going to go eat, right? And you're like, oh man, Moss, I really want the best cut of steak that I can get anywhere. And I'm like, well, here, come with me to Ruth Chris Steakhouse, man. Come get the best cut of steak. Hey, look, man, I'll even throw you some bones if it's too expensive for you. I'll get you a plate. Nah, changed my mind. I'm gonna go get this Salisbury steak over here at Country Inn Buffet. It's gonna be the best cut of meat ever. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, okay. If you come out and your stomach's bubbling, you got gas from here to Mount Everest, if the gas is flowing from here to Mount, why would I be mad? It was your money, it's your guts. If you want to run around smell like fish poop for the next day and a half, that's on you, brother. It's not on me. Why would I be mad? I'm getting the best gaming. On console, I got the PlayStation 5 Pro. It gives me the best console experience. And then as far as the best PC experience that is fathomable for someone like me, where I ain't got to keep paying money to upgrade my hardware, I got NVIDIA GeForce Now. I'm about to upgrade to the 5080 tier. Yep. What am I mad? I'm not mad that you got the Salisbury steak, brother. If you like it, I love it, but it is what it is. He says, feel bad. He said, this is the best thing that can happen. Oh my gosh. He said, this is the best thing that can happen to an Xbox console gamer. Xbox doesn't care about the console gamer. You want them to make another traditional console? Make it make sense. I don't want them to make anything. Xbox has proven to me that they just cannot operate in this arena. I would like for them to be transparent to their consumer. And yes, you are right. They at least are being transparent now. They're saying everything but saying we don't give a crap about the console gamer. If you want traditional consoles, you have to go over there. I agree with that sentiment. You're not going to get any argument from me there. But I do feel bad that it took this moment at the price release, because all up until now there has been this marketing campaign and this is an Xbox thing that wasn't so transparent. It was trying to lump these OEMs, the console, everything as one cohesive thing that the console gamer could just easily flow to and from, and that's not the case. The console gamer has specific needs. They want top-notch gaming at an affordable price. They're not getting that with xCloud. They're not getting that with these OEM devices. The best way they can get that is through the console, and because they did not position the console properly to do well, they have to abandon the console. They made it seem like in various ways that these console gamers can get that same experience. Good pricing, great experience, top-notch gaming experience and performance over there with these devices. And now that they see the price and see what these things can actually do, now they realize they can't get that. So you are right. Now that they've dropped the price, this is the best thing for Xbox gamers, because you see them all over the internet. Unlike you, they are upset. They are disappointed. People like Boomstick, yeah, you can tell them to shove it up your pie shooter. They're not happy. You need to ask them why they are mad. We are sitting there saying, why are you guys surprised? You thought this was going to come in cheaper? We've predicted this. So I'm not mad. I am happy, at least for those that were in denial, that were evangelically tethered to Xbox and their rhetoric. You can't deny it now. The console has been abandoned. Me and you have no disagreement there. That this is the best thing that could have happened. Now it's official. They don't care about your console needs. You either get with the program and go with this OEM crap, or you got to go across the street. I totally agree there. I'm not mad. The people that you're asking the wrong people, and I've seen you on social media, Doc, going at D-Batch or whatever. D-Batch is a special case, but I think you're wasting your time with the likes of D-Batch. You gotta pull the scab off, brother. You gotta get people like Boomstick and other people in the room and ask them why they're mad, because they are hot. You gotta ask my brother that was like predicting the handheld to be $450. You gotta ask Xbox Era, because they are mad. Did you see the defeatism that was in the air during their pocket? Those are the people that you gotta ask. Why are you mad? Why are you surprised by this? Not the people that are trolling, but the people that were expecting otherwise. I don't get what they were expecting. He said, I've been trying to tell this Xbox gamers to move to PC. The rise of the console and this move will force them to... Nah, I agree. I disagree with you there. They're not going to PC. You might get some defectors, but you got to understand. Okay, Doc, here's what you're missing, and you weren't around for this time. So I think you're missing this. There's nothing different happening as far as Xbox embracing PC that didn't happen in 2016. Am I wrong, Cold Blood? There's nothing different happening. They've been embracing PC since 2016. Now, if you were around in 2016, Doc, Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Actually, there was some ports, I think, of Gears and Halo before that. But they were terrible ports. Like embarrassingly terrible ports from Windows themselves.
Yeah, before. Yep, in Halo. Yep.
That's crazy.
They tried this before. They tried it before, even before 2016. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. But it's been official since 2016, bruh. They've been embracing PC. So since 2016, Doc, the best place to play your Xbox games have been on PC. It's always been that way. Guess why Xbox console gamers didn't go? They can't afford it. You're getting caught in the trap like most people getting caught in the trap. You think, and your brother had to show me this, you think that all of us that are rah on Twitter represent the average gamer that have the disposable income to do this. They don't. They don't have the disposable income nor the temperament to go to PC gaming. You got to understand that you are a unicorn. I'm glad it worked out for you. And really, all jokes aside, I'm not mad at you that you converted to PC. You're smart. But I hate to tell you, the average gamer is not smart. They don't have the temperament, nor do they have the disposable income to do PC gaming. Even if they have the disposable income, they don't have the temperament. You got to have both. You have it. The average Xbox gamer doesn't. The average Xbox gamer just wants to plug and play. They don't want to build. They don't want to buy and try to configure. They want to plug and play, and they want to do it at an affordable level. An affordable level for them is around $500, maybe $600. They don't want it $700, $800, $900. They're not doing it. They are not doing it. And then all you got to do is download this and download. They are not doing it. We always get caught up in a belief system that the small segment of us that are vocal on the internet represent the gamer base. They don't. Most of the people, like for instance, why Xbox is selling like gangbusters over there. Do you think it's us, the PlayStation gamers on the internet buying those games? No, it's the average PlayStation gamer that they don't know who you are. They don't even know who I am. That's who's, but they're like, oh, there's Xbox games over here now. I ain't got to buy an Xbox to play them. Let me see what this is about. Where most of us over here is like, oh, I'm not buying that trash. I'm not buying this, that, or the other. They're going to buy it because they don't fall into where we fall into. The average Xbox gamer is not going to go to PC. They've had the opportunity to go to PC in 2016. Check this out, Doc Dark, when PC gaming prices were cheaper. See, you weren't doing this back then. I was. Back then, before cryptocurrency and PC gaming prices were significantly cheaper, they could have went then. They didn't want to. Because even though they were cheaper then, they were still more expensive than what they were on console. They're not going. And when they see that the PlayStation 6 comes out, it's mainly going to be AI and machine learning to keep costs down. It's not going to be a powerful native machine, but they're going to rely on technology to give you performance. When they see that and it's still around $500-$600, it's still fathomable for them. They're going to look at the counterpart for PC, an area that they don't know nothing about, and they're going to where it's $900 to $1,000 or more to get comparable performance, and they're like, get the flip out of here. I'm just going to get me a PlayStation, and they're going to begrudgingly walk across the street and get them a PlayStation. That's what's going to happen for the majority of console gamers on Xbox. They're going to go get them a PlayStation. For the small sector of gamers like you, who are smarter, who have the disposable income and have the temperament, yes, they will go to PC, but that's going to be like, what, maybe 5 to 10% of the Xbox gamer base? Maybe. That's it. That other 95-90%, they're going to be torn. I feel sorry for them. who have been watching this, who think that, oh, Xbox is just upgrading their console experience and they're just making it more dynamic. No, like you said, like we all know, they're going to PC. That's a completely different thing that they're not going to be ready for. They're not going to have the temperament for, and most importantly, they're not going to have the disposable income for. He says, so then the average Xbox gamer can go to PlayStation 5. What's the problem? You don't want them? Doc, you're speaking as if I'm upset that they're going to go to PlayStation 5. I'm not upset at all. I keep telling you that. You're asking the wrong people about what's wrong with this and who's upset. I know it's hard to do because I understand your fan base. But you got to do the tough stuff. You missed rewind earlier where I'm talking to all of us. I'm talking to me, you, Paris, Destin. I even, retweeted something from Destin this weekend. All that, battling content creators, even though I'm cool with Paris, battling content creators, all that stuff is over. The console war is over. Now it's time for us to really sit down and come together as creators and try to get the best out of gaming as possible. In order for us to do that, we got to have honest discussions. And we got to represent what's happening in gaming that's best for all of us. Not to wave a flag or not to promote one or the other, to respect where somebody wants to game and make sure that those people get the best thing that they're looking at. I don't mind. I think they will get a better experience coming to PlayStation. But if they don't want to come to PlayStation, if they rather stick with Xbox and get an Xbox console experience, I'd rather those people be informed about what Xbox is doing. I wish Xbox would have went about it in a better way. The problem was the lack of transparency, but there is no lack of transparency right now. It is what it is. But I'm not upset. You need to ask, again, not because of the audience and the red meat that they want. You need to ask for the sake of the average gamer that just wants to be informed. You need to sit down with Boomstick. You need to sit down with Xbox Era. You need to sit down with Code Eastwood. You need to sit down with all these other people, Doc, and you got to ask them the tough question. Why are they mad? We're not mad over here. If anybody that we're mad at PlayStation for some of the goofy stuff PlayStation has been doing. I'm not mad at Xbox at all. They finally put it all out of the bag. There's no denying it. You got to ask those people, why are they mad? Why are they surprised at the price? You got to ask them what the problem is, not us. Your energy is focused in the wrong place. And D-Bash will argue with him. He'll argue with his own damn dreads. These are twists. No, these are curves. These are twists. He'll argue with his damn self. You're wasting your energy with him, even though you might be getting some fun out of it. But if you seriously want to ask people why they're mad, that's who you got to approach. Because those are the people that are sitting there talking online like the wind's been knocked out of them. He says they are informed. You think there's people confused right now? No, brother. You got to ask them why they're mad. No, right now, you talking about as far as gamers confused? No, right now with the price, they're not confused. But there are people that are mad. You got to ask those people, why are they mad at this price? I'm going to show you something. Hold on, where's it at? Do I still have it? Or did I close it? I hope I didn't close it. God damn it, I closed it. No, here it goes. You don't believe me? Hold on. Here we go, right here. Here goes project number 1. This would be great content. Doc, this would be great content. You don't think this would be great content? I think it would be excellent content. I would love to see a Doc Dark and a Colt Eastwood conversation. Look at this. You think it's great? He says, that's too much money. That's too much money. Get the bullet points together, and I would love to see Doc Dark Meets. And the first person on Doc Dark Meets pause is Colt Eastwood. Doc Dark meets Colt Eastwood. And Doc Dark sits from Colt Eastwood and says, Colt, what's the problem? Why are you mad? Oh my God. They said that's bad to you. No, you know what? No, Doc, you're right. You're right. I see you don't want to have a difficult conversation, so I'll concede. You're right. Colt is happy. I didn't see the park. I didn't see X and C. I'm not going to play X and C, but I didn't see X and C, Doc. No, Colt is happy. He's happy that that's too much money. You're right, Doc. I can see. You're right. You're right. All the Xbox people are happy. It's the PlayStation gamers that are mad, and it's that damn MM2K. We're mad. Okay. Oh God, that's you. That is you, Doc. I know you said it's too much money and you still bought it. I said you are a unicorn. That's you. Colt is mad. You're making it. You're confusing. You gotta understand. Like, I'm a unicorn. I don't like. I'm a cloud gaming pro PlayStation gamer. How many people are out there like me? There's not a lot. I'm happy to be unique. I don't try to put everybody in the same. So because you're not mad, that doesn't mean Colt isn't mad. That doesn't mean Boom isn't mad. Doesn't mean that Xbox Era isn't mad. They're mad. I think that would be great content. He said, Yataza said, where's the data that Xbox gamers can't afford PC? Who said, who needs data? The average console gamer.
Brother, just look at Twitter and look at every new release of a game. Just look at under it. The only question you see is it gonna be on Game Pass?
Hey, you better take your ass to Doc's channel with them questions. Come on, man. Stop it, man. Yep. Doc, ask Colt. I think that'll be great content. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. He said, thank you for proving my point. You had no point to prove. Since 2016, let me throw something out with y'all. When you crunch the numbers, right? And I have a master spreadsheet with all this Xbox stuff on it because that's what I used to do. That's why they used to call me the man with the medicine. The medicine used to be the data that I would provide. So as and Porter Rock and Next Gen and other people could tell you, even Post Up, they used to call me Dr. Spreadsheets. This is well before your time, Doc Dark. Used to call me Dr. Spreadsheets because I used to have a master list of sales data, all that stuff, right? That I would share with different content creators. Data shows, when you crunch the numbers, that since Xbox started going day and date on PC, they had the slowest rate of profit growth out of them, Nintendo, and PlayStation. That was until they bought Activision Blizzard. Why was that? Because when they went to PC day and date, the people that could afford to go to PC said, hold on, if Xbox is dropping their games day and date on PC, why the hell am I here? Games are cheaper on PC, and the Xbox games are going to play better on PC. I'm out of here. That 10 to 15% of the most staunch Xbox gamer that spends the most per capita Most of them already left in 2016 through 2018, or 2016, I'm sorry, through 2019. They left and they went to PC. And they started enjoying their Xbox games better performing on PC. They started enjoying their multi-plat games on Steam, cheaper on Steam or cheaper through Green Man Gaming and all that stuff, right? So that's great for the gamer. Not so great for Xbox because Xbox was losing that gamer because that gamer was no longer buying from the Xbox store. Meaning when those gamers were on the Xbox console, 100% of that revenue went to Xbox when they bought an Xbox game, and 30% of the revenue for multiplats or DLC went to them because they were buying it from the Xbox store. When those same gamers went to PC, now Xbox has to share 30% of their own games with Steam because nobody's buying it on a Windows store. And now they're getting 0% of the multiplats. So that ended up being a financially burdening proposition for Xbox that just kept growing and growing and growing because once you start that faucet, you can't pull it off. That's why a lot of us have been barking up a tree about PlayStation moving in the same direction. See, we give it to everybody here. So with PlayStation moving in the same direction, that's why we were barking up that tree, because we're like, we've already seen what this results in. So he says, I just asked Colt if he says yes, I'll make a video. If he says no, I'll still make a video. Content, brother. Exactly. He says, I tagged you too, bro. Well, he has me blocked, so maybe it's something else that happened way before you got here. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Doc, is that those people already left. They didn't need Xbox to put a button on a Rog Ally. They already left. They made the mass exodus in 2016, 2018. You had to be here back then. Back then, 2016, 2017, the mantra was buy you a PC and buy you a PlayStation. As we started rolling up on 2019, 2020, the mantra started being, oh, Xbox is the best when it came to PC gamers. How did that transition happen? Well, a lot of it is because a lot of people were just grifting. You had a lot of PC people that were speaking to buy a PC, buy a PlayStation thing, that saw that there was a lot of rabid fanboy activity on social media behind Xbox, so they just grifted over there. But a lot of it too was, to be fair, the pro Xbox PC community started to grow vastly because most of those people left the console and went to PC. So those people already left. You're not, I mean, I'm not being facetious. You're late to the party because you just came late to Xbox. So because you came late to Xbox, you just realized late that, hey, Xbox is doing some scummy stuff about the console. Why am I even here? I'm going to PC. You think you're making a revelation, and I'm not being facetious saying this. You thought you came across the revelation, and you think that you're preaching something to people that don't know the wiser. Like you said before, they're already informed. They don't want to leave the console. The people that were going to leave the console already left between 2016 and 2019. So what you're stuck with are the remnants of people that are just too stubborn to see what you saw. It only took you, a year or two to see it. What the hell am I here for? They're going to go down with the Titanic. They're either going to go down with the Titanic or they're going to jump on the rafters named PlayStation that drives on by. Because here's the thing, Doc, in Xantax, what was his name? Yaztac. I'm going to call you Xantac because you're giving me heartburn. Here's the thing, Doc Dark and Xantac. Why is anybody on an Xbox console right now? Why, if these people have the disposable income, if Xbox is so better on PC, which I agree, Why are these people still here? What are they waiting for? Doc, explain that to me. What are they, Zantac, what are they waiting for? Why don't they move now? What are they waiting for? What is the benefit of being on the console? Someone tell me, what is the benefit? Your library of Xbox games are playable on the console. Are playable on PC. No one said you have to sell your Xbox. You can still keep it to play the games, the third-party games that you already bought. But why not make the shift? If you want to play your older multi-plat games, just play them on the console, right? That's what you do, Doc, right? If it's a game that you don't want to buy on PC, you just play it on console, right, Doc? Why isn't everybody else doing that? I agree that is the smarter move. They're not doing it because they can't afford it. They can't do it because they're not doing it because they can't afford it. The people that could afford it already did it. They're already over there. Those are the people that are pro Xbox over on PC. That's why the pro Xbox PC union is as loud as it is. Those people already converted. They converted before you even came to Xbox. You came to Xbox in 2020, brother. Those people were already over there. Oh, you don't play? Okay, so you just go and you buy your games. Okay, and that's cool. That's not a problem with that. But again, you don't have to sell your Xbox in order to upgrade, as I would say, to PC. You don't have to do it. You can still keep the Xbox, play your legacy games, multi-plat games there, and just buy your new games on PC. Why aren't you doing it? You're gonna be better for all accounts, except for financially. They can't afford it. Most console gamers can't afford it. It ain't about what Zantac was blabbering about before. Oh, you said an Xbox. Where's your data points? Where's the data points to show? It's console gamers that can't afford to go to PC, nor do they have the temperament. When you've been gaming for 4 decades, like I have, Zantac. All right, I didn't just graduate from Rutgers and now this damn handheld is the first thing that I gamed on. Not like you. Not still wet behind the ears. I've been gaming for 4 decades. I've seen trends for 4 decades. Console gamers cannot game on PC. Matter of fact, Zantac, I've been gaming probably while you were still swimming in someone's sack on PC. King's Quest, Police Quest, Space Quest, all the old Sierra games. I've been there, done that. You haven't. I know the trends. Console gamers don't have the temperament, or the average console gamer don't have the temperament. They don't have the financial wherewithal to go to PC. Doc does not fit into that camp. Hence why it only took him 2 years to say, what the hell is going on over here? I'm out. This is stupid. I like the Xbox experience, but it's better over on PC. I'm going to PC. Proof is in the pudding. Thank you, Abadel, for joining the channel. Thank you, 1030 Cloud Gaming, for joining the channel. I appreciate it. Zantac, that has nothing to do with PlayStation. PlayStation games are not day and date the entire library over there on PC. Console gamers, if they really want a game, they don't want to wait for it. So it's not the same thing. Am I denying that it's ever a possibility? Nope. I do not trust the Hiroki Totoki regime at all. But right now, the average gamer don't sit there and think that far ahead like it's some 401k. Well, I'm going to invest in the PC. I'm going to get the 5080. They don't think like that. They go by what's going on right now. Zantac with the $2 super chat says, why did Sony put Helldivers 2 to Xbox then? You're arguing something that has nothing to do with the T in China. Did I not just say for the zillionth time that PlayStation, I don't doubt that PlayStation is heading down that road. You could have saved, I appreciate the $2. If you would have waited, you could have saved on that money. but they're not doing it now. The average casual gamer ain't like us. Stop thinking that they're like it. Let me give you an example of why you need to stop doing the Zantac. You're young. I can tell that you're young. You're probably 15, going on 16. You're still struggling with puberty. You know what I'm saying? At least you're not like an old man like me, trying to scrape together pennies for Rogaine. All right, but you know you're going through puberty. What's that pimple stuff that they buy out there? I forgot. You still going through that? Spreading cortisone all over your face. I get it. But let me explain something to you, Zantac. The average console gamer, they don't know who you are. They don't know who I am. They don't know who Doc is. They want affordable plug and play gaming. The costs to buy a PC, to maintain a PC, or to even deal with PC gaming is something that they don't want to deal with. The average, I've been trying to get, when I used to PC game back in the day, I remember the first time I got into PC gaming, I got something called the Tandy 1000. It's before you were born, Zantac. And I was playing games like Magic Johnson's Basketball. I was playing games like Pirates, King's Quest, Police Quest. Games that blew my mind. I said, holy crap. I said, I can't go back to console. I literally put my Genesis and my Nintendo away, and I was stuck on there playing the games over. I said, the stuff that's happening over here, it's not even fathomable over here. And back then I was trying to convince people to go to PC gaming then, when it was less expensive to do it. The equivalency of $1,000 back then would have bought you the whole unit. They wouldn't do it. Why? Because it wasn't plug and play. Now, PC gaming has become more simplified, and I even to this day, I tell people, get an NVIDIA GeForce Now. Like if you got an Xbox, Zantac, do you realize, Zantac, you can experience your Xbox games with better performance on your Xbox if you get GeForce Now. You can play them with better performance, better frames, and better, not necessarily resolution, because I think it caps off at 1440p, but you can get better textures. So you can play something on your console with better textures, better frames than you ever could on your Xbox natively with GeForce Now. I try to convince people to go to GeForce Now. They won't do it. They are tethered to the console experience. It is what it is. It's financial, psychological. But after 4 decades of doing this, and I remember Porter Rock breaking this down to me. He said, Moss, because I had bet him. This is when I was capping for Xbox. I said, when the Xbox Series X or Xbox One X comes out, it's going to beat PlayStation 4 for NPD, and it's going to outsell PlayStation for the rest of the generation. And Porter Rock said, bro, it's over. It's going to be worse because it's coming out halfway through the generation. People have already made their choice. The average gamer is not going to stop what they're doing, trade in their games, and get an Xbox. The average gamer doesn't get down like that. They've already made their choice. It's over. I'm thinking about us listening to this podcast, us talking on this podcast, us in this chat. We have the tendency to do. I'm like, no, man, when it's tax time, they're going to buy it because they want the latest and greatest. It wasn't sinking in my head that we are a smaller demographic that would do stuff like that. And guess what? Porter Rock was 1,000% right. It got worse. And that's when I had to realize that all of us out here in this stratosphere, we are not the average gamer. We're willing to do things that the average gamer just does not have the temperament nor the finances for. We're so knee deep into this. We're willing to listen to, instead of gaming, you guys are listening to me talk about something that y'all disagree with. Zantac. That's extremist. And I'm saying it, and I'm including me in that. That's extremist activity that the average gamer ain't gonna do. The only thing they wanna do with gaming is play a game, go about their business. We are extremists when it comes to this. Our extremist conduct cannot be cascaded to the average gamer. It's idiocy to think like that. I didn't realize the idiocy around that. But I'm telling you now, with what I've learned from doing this in my 4 decades of gaming, the worst thing you can do is think that our extremist behavior is going to, the lines are going to get blurred and the average gamer is going to do it. They're not going to do it. The average gamer wants the console plug and play experience. The gamers that saw the writing on the wall, well, no, not even saw the writings on the wall, just did the simple math and said, it's just more sound for me to go to Xbox. I mean, go to PC. I prefer Xbox. I don't really like PlayStation. They already did it. They're going. And even Doc had to admit, what do they wait? There's nothing for them to wait for. The writing is on the wall. The writing ain't on the wall. The goddamn sign is in the sky. We don't care about console. Doc has been preaching that for like last year or two. So what are they waiting? It's self-evident. What are they waiting for? They can't afford it. Period. No, Doc, I was talking to your homie Zantac for the $2 super chat, where he's trying to blur the lines between what console gamers are going to act on now, and he was saying, well, why aren't console gamers leaving PlayStation when if the moment happens that PlayStation does day and date with their entire catalog, when that moment, or if that moment happens, if gamers are not successful in the pushback, if that moment happens, yes, they'll leave PlayStation 2. Simple as that. So he said, MTK, the average gamer is already on PlayStation. What are you talking about? No. I'm talking about the average console gamer in unison. Whether you're on PlayStation or Xbox. The reason why you're on PlayStation and Xbox is because you want plug and play. Now, if PlayStation goes day and date to PC, you're going to see the same habits. 10 to 15%, the heavier spenders, those that would get the Pro, they're going to say, well, hold on. Why would I get the Pro? Not only am I going to get great performance, even though it'll be a little bit more expensive, I got the money to spend it. Even though I can get, it's going to be a little bit more expensive, I'm going to get the best version of the game, and I'm going to get access to cheaper games through their game stores. I'm going to PC. You're going to see the same habits, 10 to 15%. I'm talking about, see, this is what I'm saying. This is flying over you guys' heads because you're thinking in camps of PlayStation versus Xbox. The console war is over, bruh. It's over. Stop thinking in these camps. When I say console gamer, I'm talking about the habit of the average console gamer that don't care about the console war. They're just trying to figure out the best way for them to play the games that they want to play. So when PlayStation, or if PlayStation goes day and date on PC with their entire catalog, you'll see the same thing happen. But you don't see it now. That's why you're seeing PlayStation gamers, for the most part, stay put. When you saw it with Xbox, you saw the habits of the console gamer kick in. Those higher spending per capita gamers said, you know what, I'm out. Why am I still here? The console war is over. Look, man, I don't know how old you guys are. I'm smelling Similac and High C and Hawaiian Punch. Do you know what the console war is? The console war is the battle between platforms. Xbox and PlayStation are not battling anymore. PlayStation and Nintendo aren't battling anymore. Just because Mario isn't on PlayStation doesn't mean that they're battling. Nintendo says, look, Mario is best on our platform. We're going to leave it there. We don't want to develop it anywhere else. And that's it. These platforms are not battling anymore. They in unison liked a picture of Helldivers 2 character high-fiving or handshaking a Halo character and saying, we are together defeating the console war. It's over. I'm sorry, you gotta get your green tramp sticker, we bleed green all day tramp stamp covered up. It's over. Just because somebody's not putting a game on a certain platform day one doesn't mean that they're still battling. It's simply a business decision. A lot of developers are not putting games on Xbox because it's a business decision. Xbox doesn't care either, because Doc will tell you Xbox doesn't care about the console. Here's what Xbox wants though. Xbox wants that PC version of that PlayStation game to come to the Windows Store. That's what they really want. So when that new Xbox hybrid, whatever that PC comes out, they want to make sure it's available on the Windows Store. That's what they want. So fighting Tokon or whatever the hell it is, not coming to Xbox is no signification of the console war still going. You still want to have something to argue about online with your friends on the internet. Instead of going to school every day like you should. You're getting your parents in trouble for your truancy. How old are you people? I usually have older followers. Hey Doc, are you bringing all these school kids to my goddamn chat? Get them the hell out of here. I don't have tolerance for tweens. I don't have it. Only older people in this chat. Goddamn it! It's age discrimination in reverse. You should not invoke the console war if you don't know what the hell it is. The console war is over. These platforms are not fighting each other anymore. He says you have to relax. I can't. I don't do tweens. Ain't there like a beanie bag sale somewhere? What is this shit that the young tweens are buying now? Are they still buying beanie bag? Ain't there a beanie bag garage sale somewhere? Get the hell out of my chat. I'm gonna start kicking you people out for talking stupid. The console war was over, then Final Fantasy VII would have came a week earlier. Hell out of my chat. Fucking goofballs. Yeah, dude. Hey, Doc, I blame this on Doc. Doc, take all your goddamn preschoolers back to the dark chamber, man. I'm not a certified daycare. I don't have my license. I can get in trouble. Get the hell out of here. Jesus Christ. All right, that's it. I had enough of you. Getting the hell out of here. Jesus, fuck out of here. Next thing, you mister, you got any ice cream? Get your ass out of here. Pop-Tarts? Got a freaking beanie bag sale. All right, Cold Blood, any final thoughts before we get out of here and release the kids to their parents and shit?
Not really. I mean, what didn't we cover today?
I know. Well, it was a long time coming. It was a long time.
It should be every week, brother. Not every 4 weeks.
I wish life was kinder. If it was, but like I said, that's why we got to, gotta get together. There's more great conversation I think that can be had. regardless if I'm around or not. I ain't got to verbally abuse the adolescents here in order for there to be funny, great conversations here. You know what I mean? 'Cause I guess I stole my mom. You probably did, yeah. Thanks for telling on yourself. Oh shit, now YouTube's gonna ban me. You stole your mom's credit card. Fuck, I gotta get age verification set up on here. Jesus Christ. He's like, hey, you Wallabouts and Gears Reloaded. Hey, Doc, take the bad news beers the hell out of here, man. We're getting out of here. All right, it's Cold Blood. It's MM2K. This is MM2K Gaming. Appreciate all of y'all. It's been a long time coming. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours. All right, I got to get out of here. Till next time, you guys have a wonderful gaming day.
Wait. We still live?
Yeah, we're still live.
Okay. Never forget, guys. Don't stop asking for. Is it gonna be day one on Game Pass? Never forget that. Every game. Because Doc can't afford anything else now. He is broke now.
Hell yeah. So yeah, sending you guys animal crackers in his chat for all these young ones. Yeah, between that and his $1,200 handheld, yeah, he's broke. Y'all done stretched and go over to Doc and show him some love. Hit up his super chat too. Jesus Christ, he's broke. He's gonna need to borrow my EBT card. All right, let's get out of here. Till next time, you guys have a wonderful gaming day. Peace.